Hope everyone is having a good day. Hassle. Hell yeah. Excellent 3 months. Hi chat, hope you all have a nice day. Hassle. Unshave, please. Love what you do, Hasan. Really glad I found a silver lining like this during lockdown. This channel has probably been one of the biggest factors in getting over my transphobia. Appreciate it. Hi chat, hi chat, hi chat, hi chat. Pepe la chat, oh no no no. Chat, I have something growing out of my toe. How can I refund my sub? I sub to wrong Abby. Hi friends. 28 months, let's go. I pay my fucking taxes. Happy Thursday, chatters. Wait to see that clean jawline, BB. Let's go, baby. Yo. High 5 months, I appreciate you. Trans rights Pog. Work high. Waiting for baby Azan.
Waiting for Hasan. Gonna go watch some videos and just do a lot of commentary on his stream. It's all a meme. So now what are we waiting for? Waiting for Hasan. What will he do when he's live? Open up the casino, let the gamble in. It's time to sit. I bet we're gonna be sitting here waiting for Hasan. I used to come here for politics. Now I watch him game and yell at great names all day. God, how long have I been sitting here waiting for Hasan? Waiting for Hasan. Waiting for Hasan. Waiting for Hasan.
what's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you... Stop. Okay, dude. I'm gonna fucking try that again, okay? I'm... You guys are fucking assholes. What's going on, everybody? Okay, yeah, I shaved. Can you guys be normal? Can you be normal? Please be normal. You guys are not going to be normal today.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you.
Okay, I'm live. Okay, what's up, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker. This is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. We are live and alive, folks, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and I hope all the NBs are having a fantastic one. Okay, it is 84 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. It's Thursday, August 12th, 2021, 11:21 a.m. And I'm a little late. I'm sorry for being a little delayed, a little late. I apologize.
Got home from Grandpa's funeral just in time for the HasanAbi broadcast.
I shaved. Okay. You went from Latino to pasty. I looked Latino before. I looked Latinx. Is that what you're saying? Do I look Caucasian? I feel like I look Caucasian.
Kill the animals.
Anyway, dude, yeah. You look better without the hat. My hair is still kind of long, so and not looking too great, so I'm just gonna keep it the way it is for the time being. Looking like the dude who's been working at the surf shop since 10 years since he dropped out of college.
Yo.
Okay. So yes, guys, I did that. I shaved. And I guess some people are saying I look younger. Some people like it, some people don't. It's always, I do this like once a year. A lot of you are just new.
Love you, Hasan.
A lot of you are just new to this thing, okay? Where I usually will go through different iterations.
Can I get
sometimes I will just leave the mustache.
White people happy, white people happy.
Sometimes I just shave completely. I just like to switch it around a little bit, you know? I am a 30-year-old man and I decided to just fucking shave my face, which of course is going to be really normal in a community like Twitch. I'm sure.
I can't believe
o kolyeler ne lan, top musun? Anana sorsana oğlum, her akşam sikiyorum anneni. Yani o kolyeler ne lan, top musun diye. Babanı da mı sikeyim, o yüzden mi soruyorsun? Ha? Sikmem. Geri zekalı amcık ağızlı pezevengin evladı.
Six months.
Are you actually 30? Yes,
times.
dude, I am 30. What the fuck? Everybody used to make fun of me and say, I'm so old. I'm so old. I'm a dad. I'm dying. I'm 40 years old. The moment I fucking shave, you guys are losing your shit. Now you're like, oh, you're lying. You're not 30. Yes, dude. Guess what? When I have a fucking beard, okay? When I have a beard, I look older. When I don't have a beard, I look younger. It's been a long time since I've had a not beard.
3 months.
So it's gonna be great. It's gonna be wonderful. I didn't get permission from chat to shave, I guess. So I don't know how this is gonna work out, really. I mean, this is.
I love you, Azan.
I'm sure chat will be normal about me fucking shaving, right? What is this? Dude, you literally, I hate it when you do that. It's just.
I can't believe you shaved on our anniversary.
Anyway. Look, I wanted there to be memes, okay? You're looking fine today? Really? I look like jank? Really? Great podcast today. I was listening to my brand new Tesla Model S Plaid Plus 500k car. I didn't appreciate the Tesla slander. Austin should stop being a Luddite. But great to hear from Austin anyways. Awesome guest. Love the Michelangelo story. Yeah, no, the podcast was fire. Dude, I never like going back to my old content. Like, I never like watching things that I've already shot. I also don't even have time, right? I don't really have a lot of time to just like watch myself to get to take notes and stuff. But basically, whenever I start playing the podcast, I get so invested in it. Like, I get so invested in it that I'm just like,
boy, I want my Bezos
literally watching. I just find myself like listening to the entire podcast. Okay, guys, here's what we're not gonna do. Okay, going forward, this. Okay, whatever this is, like, I don't care. You are a fucking basement dwelling goblin. Like, why in the ever-loving fuck would you ever think I would even care remotely about what your input is on what I choose to wear, like, and all this other stuff? Like, just calm down, okay? Just dial it back. Like, who the fuck are you? Okay, please. I mean, seriously, please. Look at what Kai said about you. Man, it's not entertaining.
Nice,
no
nice,
one,
Sancho.
all he do is yell at the sky. What did he say? For streaming has to be the worst fucking job. I can't fathom sitting in front of a computer entertaining kids all day, miserable.
9
That add Hasan the Hun, man, it's not entertaining no one. All he do is yell at the sky. I mean, he's right.
Good work, Hasan.
Hat is awesome. Glasses are awesome. Necklaces are awesome. Thank you. I've done this before, chat. Fan love? Dude, this is not the new meta. You are not sending me your fucking shitty ass band music every morning when I start. Thank you, Botox Cheeks, for the 5 gifted subs. We're not doing this every time I get started.
Who is this? Where is Hasan?
Okay, we're not doing that. You think you're better because you dwell in the living room? Yes. Literally, yes.
Not the beard side.
Anyway, where was I? When things change a little bit, okay, you will come to learn
Asking Twitch chatters
in your life that when things change a little bit in the real world, you fucking I don't know, you're like, oh, I did not expect that. Like, that's different. That's different than what I originally expected. Like, what I wake up and I wake up and I want to see the same thing every day. Sometimes you don't. It's fine. You're gonna still survive. Okay, we're done. We're done talking about the shave stuff. Hopefully, 2020 census dropped today. We're gonna talk about that. Anyway, this morning I fucking worked out. Finally, I am starting to no longer feel as much pain. I go to sleep at night and I don't wake up with the pain in my back. That's good stuff. I woke up early this morning. You know, worked out with my trainer. It was awesome. What is this?
Audible puke noises.
Okay, stop. All right, well, we will do okay, buddy, later today. You can have all of your fucking you can have all of your fun there when we do that. I'm gonna start banning people. Anyway,
5 months hassle.
Oh God! What?
What?
Dude, this looks like a 35-year-old who used to be in a really popular boy band.
I hate this, okay? I hate this. Let me fucking live.
This is like Blink-182. Where are they now? But simultaneously, he also looks like an actor that's 30 that's cast as an 18-year-old in a high school drama. This looks like what Corp's voice sounds like.
He had those fired up, dude. He had those ready and fired up. There's 1,000 fertilized eggs burning in a hospital, and in another building, there's a shaven unborn boy. Who do you rescue? I rescue the shaven unborn boy, dude.
This is weird. Get this on LSF. They need to know this is the biggest news of the day.
Oh, wow. Okay, I see what he's doing.
Hasan Shade. This is going to change the content. I would like to see his average viewers over the next couple weeks.
Dude, imagine if my fucking average viewership drops because I shaved.
How do you unsub?
That would be insane. What is going on? Commenting on people's looks like this is not socially acceptable. Chat is if you ask yourself why you're lonely, this is why you're literally an asshole. That's why. I mean, it's like fun. People like to have fun. Okay, this is fun for people.
I think you look great,
but
keep doing your
you know,
thing. Hassle.
Motherfucker said Pepela, it's already down. What do you mean? I'm 20 minutes in. There's like 20,000 people in here. What the fuck are you talking about? It's already down. I haven't even posted that like I'm live yet. Shut the fuck up, bitches. Anyway, the suspicious death of the Donda vest.
Bring the beard back, PLS.
You were trending late last night on Twitter too. Yeah, I know. I know. I saw. Like Affinity Magazine posted about it. Dude, I don't know who the fuck Gypsy Crusader is. He's some like Nazi dude. That's like automatic self-report. Any mention of Gypsy Crusader will get you banned in the stream. Just for knowing like a Nazi. I'm just going to start banning people. Like literally. Anyway, there's more. There's like everybody reacted.
Hasan shaved.
Azan, where did your upper lip go?
Bro, why does he look so
You look scary. What the hell?
Nah! Not enough!
Who is this guy? Where is Azan?
Huh? I think he looks like a fucking hunksicle. Am I wrong? I think he's handsome as hell.
It's the lighting.
Mom, the strange.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know why people are fucking losing their shit, dude. It's just one photo. Chill. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yo, Hasan, every time I look at Finland's PMs on the Marines IG photos, half the comments are in Turkish. Do you know why? Yeah, of course I know why. Because she's hot and also cool, but also hot. I mean, she is. To be fair, that wasn't an extremely flattering selfie. Okay, flattering selfies going forward. Flattering selfies only. I think I look fine. To be honest, I think I look good. Like I don't really have a problem with this photo. Like I think I still look good. Maybe not as good as I do with like a photo that is perfectly lit, but I still look good. I don't know why motherfuckers are stressing out.
Young Azan Pog.
Like, I just look normal. I look like a normal human being. How much does the chat have to donate to charity for you to grow a soul patch and keep it for 3 months? There's not an amount of money that I would ever do that for. Joe Rogan on Andrew Cuomo. We'll look at that. That's going to be fun. Obviously. What is this? I don't mind it. He's really beautiful. Thank you, Mafia Jinx. Mafia Jinx is on my side still.
Azan, you look like Cash Ketchum now. Lost 10 years.
Like I saw, dude, people were saying like, people were just like losing their fucking minds. They were literally like, people were just like, dude, he's so washed up. He's so old. I just shaved my beard, man. It doesn't have to be deeper than like me shaving my beard. I do it every fucking year. Like motherfuckers were literally looking into this like, like writing Reddit essays about how I actually did this because, you know, I can't cope with the reality that I'm 30 years old and that like I'm so old now and it's so fucking devastating.
Okay?
You know, I put on weight and that's why like I no longer have a chiseled jawline like I once did. It's like, dog, you saw one photo in a dimly lit bathroom, okay?
Makes you look a lot
and you're
younger.
writing entire fucking essays on Reddit, dude. Literally, like, I don't think touching grass is ever going to save you at this point, okay? I just fucking shaved. All right? I just shaved. People call me Carson every time I get a haircut, bro. I get it. What? I don't even know what that means. The Minecraft Zoomers only know you with a beard, therefore the world ended. No, it's not the Minecraft Zoomers that are fucking typing shit like that. It's the psychopathic incel hate watchers who have been like watching for 4 years. You know what I mean? It's not like Minecraft Zoomers would never fucking say shit like he's washed up and old and fucking blah blah blah. Like those are the 30-year-old neoliberals that are writing shit like that that used to be like Nazis and now you know, have different
12-month sub Andy have
a different political perspective but still operate like fucking, you know, Nazis do on the internet. Spreadsheet Andys.
Wow. Hard to believe it's been an entire year since the beginning of my indoctrination.
I thought I was new here, but I literally remember last time you shaved. Yeah, it's been like a year almost. That's probably why. This is like when a 3-year-old sees their father clean shaven for the first time and bursts into tears. It's literally what's going on. Yeah. You can't, if you're writing Reddit essays about how fucking washed I am or whatever, because I, you know, did something that every fucking human being does all the goddamn time, you literally can't even touch grass. You need to plant trees, okay? You need to plant grass. You need to become a landscaper. Quit your job, become a landscaper, literally make grass your entire life, okay? Make grass your livelihood. Make grass your entire life. Make grass shakes. Become a cow.
It's like shit.
You know? Anyway. It was the lighting that made it look so weird. Will said the same thing. Yeah, like don't worry, guys. I will post another better lit photo on Twitter, okay? So that people don't think that I've changed as a human being or something. I don't know.
Beard or no beard, you'll always
Holy
be
shit.
a helping hunk of a man.
You literally did the Weasley little liar rant while you were clean shaven? Yeah, but most people just know the audio of that. They don't know what the video looks like. I was shaved. I was shaved in the Weasley little liar clip, yes. It was just your long hair plus shaved plus lighting that literally didn't think it was you when I saw it first. You look like a villain. It's cool. Who did Joe Rogan have on that he's like talking about all this fun stuff? Miss Pat?
You shaved off 30 years of your life to become a baby again, Pepe.
Are you now a right-wing action? I do not look like Ben Shapiro, dude. Shut up. Okay. I'm going to fucking post that I'm live. And we'll get right into it because tomorrow there's a lot of fun content coming up. We are going to be going to a nail salon. Me, Valkyrie, I think just so many people are coming. Pokimane, Peter.
Still a Sigma?
I don't even know who the fuck. There's so many people that are going to be coming to this thing, and I'm going to be IRL streaming. So that's like fun as hell. You best reply. What is this? What? No, it's not the best reply. But yeah, I shaved last night and Austin picked me up and he literally did not know. He was like, what the fuck? Like he thought a random stranger was getting into his car.
New here. Where is Azan?
You know? Mods, ban anyone who says Gypsy Wonder. I don't even know. I don't even want to fucking I don't even want to deal with it. Like, please. If you know who this fucking random Nazi is, I probably don't want you in this community anyway. Like, literally.
The podcast is lit. I look forward to it every
Anyway.
Thursday hassle.
It's literally like a random white supremacist. I had to Google it to find out who the fuck this was. That people are saying I look like. So I'm like, nope. If you know who that is, I probably don't want you in this community. Let's be real. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway. Austin seems like the best gay friend ever.
Okay.
Austin is a great friend, regardless. But as far as like the gay designation goes, Austin is not the best gay friend ever. Is like gay friends often have a lot of very hot girlfriends. Okay. In my experience, gay friends have a lot of very hot girlfriends usually. Okay. Austin, on the other hand, is not that gay friend. So as far as like, you know, greatest friend ever, I agree. Austin is great. He's a great friend. As far as like, you know, the gay friend designation goes, no, not as much. Austin is not LA gays. You try with a lover hose. I mean, that's different. That's just content. Wait, this implies there's a level higher than Austin? No, I just mean like
hassle.
That's a common gay misconception, lol. I mean, I think it's just my experience with LA gays that are friends of mine. That's what it is. Was the hot girlfriend of a gay man for many, many years. He set you up with like 100 girls on a show. The fuck you talking about? That doesn't count. That's content.
Looking good.
Anyway, let's fucking blast off, okay? I'm tweeting. Daycare is open and the provider is clean shaven and the children are overreacting like they saw their dad shave for the first time. I'm stealing that from a chatter. Get in now.
Hope you have a great stream.
We're talking COVID. And of course, Hogwatch. And much more. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Anyway,
you look amazing.
Getting white savior vibes from this, which is on the front page of Reddit. Am I just negative? Dude, I watched the Atlanta. Oh my god, I literally just watched the Atlanta episode.
Makes you happy.
With the dude who has the you know, the white guy married to the black lady. So good. Anyway, here, blast it off, boys and girls and MBs. We're live, you know.
Hello,
Marjorie Taylor Greene is
Hope
saying
your
dumb
day
and
is
crazy
going well
shit
for
again.
Sam.
What
Right,
else is
people
new,
are
dude?
happy.
What the fuck else is new? I have some really interesting news too. On Sunday, I might be going on MSNBC. Yeah, think about that. Think about who you made fun of in high school. On Sunday, he might be going on MSNBC, okay? Think about who you made fun of on twitch.tv. He might be going on MSDNC. MSDNCIA. Is that why you shaved? No. I just felt like it. You were just saying yesterday how no one ever invites you to your shows. Yeah.
Hassle.
The Virginia teacher that fucking resigned over critical race theory is hilarious. I was not gonna watch it, but I'll watch it. Fuck it.
I like your face.
I don't understand. Like, I wonder if other people get this level of like weird reaction when they do normal things like shave. I guess they do, right? It's just that no one ever knows about it in other industries, in entertainment, because they just don't have like immediate access to a lot of people who feel entitled to say something out loud. I think that's what it is for the most part, that like people don't really. The final day of Mike Lindell's Cyber Symposium is off to a dark start. A visibly tired Lindell recounts to the crowd that he was attacked at his hotel, that an associate of Tina Peters was raided by the feds, and that a judge ruled that Dominion's lawsuit can proceed against them.
Shaved look king.
Fucking. Shut up, you love this and you know it? No, I don't love it. I would love it if people were like, oh, dude, it looks great, and then move on. But that's not what happens. People are like, you know what I mean? People are just like, oh my God, I can't believe you shaved. You fucking washed up. You suck, dude. You're fucking dead now. You're dead to me and you're dead. Like, it's not the fans that are like jokingly saying stuff like that, which is fine. People saying like, I'm literally pissing, shitting, and farting. Like, I know that's a joke. But then there's like motherfuckers who are literally like trying to psychoanalyze why I shaved. Like, a thing I do literally all the time, that every single human being does regularly. I thought you were a narcissist and liked the attention. Yeah, positive attention.
Did you shave those nuts?
Anyway. Dude, I had bang earlier this morning and my head hurts. Every time I have bang, it fucks me up. I swear to God. Anyway, here's some really interesting news coming out of Lollapalooza. Out of the 385,000 who attended Lollapalooza, only 203 total COVID-19 cases were reported in people who attended, with no definitive conclusion the point of infection was there. The festival reported 90% of its attendees were vaccinated. The others had to present negative tests. We would have seen a surge if we were going to see a surge at this point, according to Chicago Public Health. Of the people who tested positive, 58 were Chicago residents, 138 Illinois residents outside Chicago, and 7 out of state. No hospitalizations or deaths reported. So even if it's 100% real, and this is probably real, especially if they were, especially if they are, what do you call it? Especially if they were like 90% vaccinated, that totally makes sense. This is yet another instance. This is yet another example of why we need vaccine mandates, vaccine passports, and vaccine mandates in general. Okay. But of course, people are going to look at this and say, that's not real. That's a lie. Especially when paired up with the reality that the Sturgill rally, or whatever it's called, the South Dakota motor hog motorcade rally, is probably going to yet again lead to a fuckload of new cases like it did last year. Sturgis, not Sturgill, sorry.
Sus.
Yeah, the Motor Hog Festival gathering is, of course, going to lead to massive amount of...
Who is this clean-shaven Adonis, and what has he done with Azan?
Massive amount of fucking cases, because most of those people are just not vaccinated. They don't give a fuck. They don't wear masks. They don't want to take the precautions. There's no like, you know, negative testing or anything like that to be able to attend. So, yes, I do speculate that will lead to... I do speculate that will lead to a big, you know, vector. And then people will say, this is political, brother. This is political. Except it's not fucking political. Okay. I posted about this on my Instagram last night, and I want to show you guys some data. Now, obviously, there's a multitude of different factors that there are multiple different factors that play a significant role in where is it? Hold on. They play a significant role in why COVID spreads, right? This guy's name is Ashish K. Ja. Okay, hold on. I want to show you this doctor who had a take on this. The reason why I'm setting this up is because, like, what I'm about to show you is really interesting, but also makes sense. Okay? Here. So this is Dr. Ashish Ja, all right, who posted about this. I guess I'll just show it from here. It's on my stories, but today, the 5 most vaccinated states with 14 million people in it, okay, had 580 people in the hospital and 12 deaths. In the least 5 vaccinated states with 16 million people total, there were 6,600 hospitalized, 104 deaths per capita. The least vaccinated states have 10 times the hospitalizations and 7 times the deaths. So yeah, vaccines are working. Now, of course, proximity to one another, how much time you're spending indoors with like people outside of your bubble, how much foot traffic is occurring, all of this stuff absolutely is, these are significant factors. And looking at data like that. So just simply looking at that data and making a claim that vaccines work would be silly, except you absolutely can make that claim with respect to the data coming out of how many new cases are happening, how many new cases of COVID are occurring, especially because of the Delta variant in the United States of America in different parts of the country, okay? And then compare the number of deaths and hospitalizations to last year at the same fucking time when there was less foot traffic. Because we have completely unwound the restrictions and regulations. There's no mask mandates in most places anymore. People have once again full-blown taken on the battle of like wearing a mask being the worst thing that you could possibly do, right? And we have 150,000 new COVID cases a day. It's crazy. Like, shit's popping off, dude. And yet, we have half the amount of deaths, half the amount of hospitalizations. I wonder why. Maybe because the vaccines fucking work. They prevent hospitalizations from occurring. They prevent deaths from occurring. And really well, they do that. They do a really good job at that.
12 months hypers.
I need you to do the Hog Southern GOP accent more often. Thanks, mommy. Heard of anti-vaxxers, anti-maskers dying of COVID and asking for prayers? Yeah, we'll look at that. If you search COVID prayers right now on Facebook, the sheer amount of posts is crazy. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Did people forget that even the flu vaccine is 35 to 50% effective yearly? Vaccines have never been 100% effective. It doesn't even matter, dude. Now, that's precisely why I said.
Fastest unlock in HasanAbi.
That's precisely why I said that. Sorry, I forgot what I was saying. I was like pulling up data on the side.
The only one who regains 10 years.
But yeah, look at the COVID cases, dude. Let's look at the COVID cases. Okay, we got new COVID cases and deaths, right?
15 months of pausing hassle.
In the United States of America, the 7-day average right now of new cases is 12,000. Or wait, no, is this California? Yeah, this is in California. 7-day average of new cases is 11,000 on August 11th, right?
Rip himbo baby elite.
On August 11th, the 7-day average was 8,000. For new cases was 11,000. August 11th, new cases also 11,000. Now look at hospitalizations.
Hassle.
Wait, I want to fucking... Why won't it show us like the actual numbers? I want to see the actual numbers of hospitalizations. I want to see more details, man. Come on, give me more fucking details.
Poggers.
Why do they make these things so fucking hard to browse, dude? I just want to see. What is this?
Cow jam, cow jam, cow jam.
Breakthrough cases are not driving the U.S. COVID-19 surge? Yeah, no shit. Interactive case count? I'm literally on that. I want to see. I want to click on the fucking hospitalization rate. And I want to click on the death rate. And I want to show you that deaths and hospitalizations are down regardless of the same level of fucking COVID cases spreading. Like, oh my God, dude. The case per capita. Louisiana single-handedly just blowing everyone's backs out here. Holy shit. Isn't Google's tool updated for that? Maybe. Let's see. In the United States. Yeah, new cases. 7-day average. In the entirety of the United States, the 7-day average right now is, or new cases is at 155,576. Last year when we had more restrictions and no Delta, at the time, our new case numbers were, where is it? August 11th. Our new case number was at 47,000 with the 7-day average being 53,000. Okay. So we have like almost triple the amount of fucking new cases that are happening.
Looking good,
now let's look at the death numbers. I have to do this every fucking day, dude. Every time we do this, we got to do it again. If you look at August 11th, death numbers, the 7-day average is 1,000. Okay. 1,000 people on average are dying a fucking day on August 11th last year when there's no vaccines. Right now, the 7-day average is 500. So we have tripled the number of fucking new COVID cases, especially with a more powerful variant.
You look extra.
And yet we have half the number of fucking deaths. Why don't they show hospitalizations? I want to know hospitalizations. Come on, give me the hospitalizations, man. I wish Google showed hospitalizations as well. No, and worth noting, this is not the NBOS variant. Of course not. You will know when the NBOS variant is happening, okay? When the NBOS variant starts popping off, you will know. Like, Delta variant is like a mini boss, okay? It's like the first fucking mini boss that you see on Dark Souls. And then when the fucking Lambda variant or the Sigma variant comes out, all of a sudden you're like, what the fuck? Oh my God. Seven-day average hospitalized people in the ICU, 14,000 on August 7th. On August 7th, people hospitalized, people in the ICU, 14,000. Okay, maybe the ICU numbers are the same. What the fuck? 13,000 people in the ICU, 56,000 people hospitalized. Okay, well, same number of hospitalizations for triple the amount of new cases. Triple the amount of fucking cases. Same number of hospitalizations right now.
Did you shave?
That's right.
Austin might not have hot girlfriends, but he's got you covered on the pussy front.
I'm not gonna read all that, dude. That's crazy. And by the way, let me just make a quick point here, okay? Triple the amount of fucking cases, okay? Triple the amount of new cases, same number of people hospitalized. And you know what else is consistent here?
Hassle high.
Nearly every single fucking person that's hospitalized is also, both last year and right now, unfucking vaccinated. That's right, motherfucker. That's
MHM.
fucking right. Back then, there was no vaccine, so everyone that was in the hospital was unvaccinated. Okay? Now we have a vaccine, and motherfuckers that are hospitalized are still unvaccinated. Get the fucking vaccine,
If you see this, I
dipshits.
will do nothing.
Fuck me, man. Holy shit. It's like you know the top of the hour ad break is coming. You know. And you know that there's a way to
6
avoid that
months
ad break.
THX
By subscribing.
You look so young, the Democrats
Either for
will eat you.
$5 or for free with a fucking Twitch Prime. And you still refuse to get that ad break vaccine, dude. You refuse. And then I tell you, okay, well, at least you could do the mask wearing equivalent, which is like an ad block or a VPN. And I tell you, like, the Moderna, Pfizer, mRNA vaccines in the form of a fucking Twitch Prime are fucking free. And you're still like, nah, I'm going to fucking take the ad head on. So I click on the 1 minute ad break and I deliver it to you. I'm very happy with that. That was good. Joe Santagato replied to your Insta. Yeah, that dude's fucking funny, dude. I want to do a Joe Santagato, me and Jeff Wittek stream. Actually, I don't want to do that because both of them are better looking than me, but we're also like the same type of dude. And I feel like that would, you know, that would hurt me a lot.
Turkish Keith Olbermann.
So I'm never going to do that, actually. I take it back. I will. I hit up Jeff and I wanted to get a haircut from him for his, like, you know, barbershop. So we'll see what happens. He was like, yeah, let's do it.
Hello, babyface at HasanAbi.
Ego Andy? Yeah, no, they're way better looking than I am. Maybe not Joe. Joe's a good looking dude too, but Jeff definitely is. Anyway, Cinema being a crybaby like always. Should I take the hint? It's been on screen 4 times. Did you hope he made a Titanic blunder in blowing up Kristen Cinema's vacation?
So Ryan, tell me, what's on your radar?
Oh no, they subbed the other conservative girl for a new conservative girl. What happened? Was it embarrassing when she didn't know that, like, you know,
Hello, Azan,
the USSR played a significant role in eliminating the Nazi scourge from this planet? So they were like, this is too bad. This is a big blunder. Anyway, Mr. Wobble said in his interview with Code Miko that he watches you. Wait, isn't Jeff involved with the Dobrik sexual assault stuff? Motherfucker, Jeff, no. What the fuck do you mean? If anything, people were like shitting on David Dobrik because he almost fucking killed Jeff. Is Jeff the one from the David Dobrik squad?
Get rid of some right views I had.
Yes, he is. Wait, really? Preliminary research shows that the Moderna vaccine is much better than Pfizer against Delta. Wait. Bearded Tech, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Looks great. Hassle.
Dude, why do you guys know so much about this shit? Jeff was heavily implicated in the assault Dobrik case. Wait, really? The case. The assault Dobrik case. Like, the U.S. Supreme...
I think you're missing your top lip.
The Commonwealth v. Dobrik. Sorry.
Hello,
I did not know that. I thought Jeff... I don't know when this happened. I thought Jeff was like a new person on the vlog squad. I don't fucking know vlog squad. I'm 30, guys. I'm fucking 30 years old, okay? I'm 30. You understand? 30. I don't know any of this stuff. Anyway, let's watch. Speaking of COVID and why this shit's like horrible, okay? Let's get back to the real news, please.
10 months, let's go BTW. You look handsome, Azan Hassel.
real news, as in, you know, COVID and the absolute psychopaths that are fucking spreading misinformation
Can I get a yeehaw?
at a faster rate of transmission than like COVID, Delta variant, Ligma variant, Sigma variant, whatever the fuck you can think of, okay?
This is concerning to me, and that's why I'm saying there's more research needed by the FDA before the FDA approves these vaccines. Because here's the problem, Anna. Once the vaccines are approved by the FDA, we are going to see the mandates for vaccines ramp up far more than they are right now. They're going to be mandated, and I fear they'll become law in some cities and some states. Biden would love to make it the law of the land. And I think that's completely wrong. Again, I'm not anti-vax.
Bro, yes, you are. You are literally anti-vax. If you're saying you're fearful that the vaccines are going to become mandated, you are literally anti-vax. Like, what does that mean? Like,
Hasan is smart.
Listen. I know I took a gun out and I shot someone right in the fucking face and I murdered them. But that doesn't mean that I like murder. I'm anti-murder. Okay? I'm the most anti-murder person ever. I just like doing murder, but I'm anti-murder. It's like, no, dude, if you're literally spending all this fucking time urging people to not get the vaccine, literally going all around the country doing a fucking, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene tour in all the southern states where COVID is like spreading like fucking wildfire and telling people like, hey, you know, in southern states, if they come to your house, if a doctor comes to your house to vaccinate you, you know, boom, baby, we got shotguns. Like, if that's what you're doing, you're fucking anti-vaxxer. You're such an anti-vaxxer.
I like you without a beard,
like,
Hasan.
why can't she get COVID? Okay, that's what well, she'd be fine too because she got vaccinated. So that's the other part. But it's just like she's making other people who believe her suffer.
Hassle.
She's literally anti-vaxxer.
In some cities and some states, Biden would love to make it the law of the land. And I think that's completely wrong. Again, I'm not anti-vax. I am completely for people being allowed to make choices, medical choices for themselves and their families. And I don't think the FDA should approve a vaccine that it doesn't seem to be that effective, especially with COVID-19 raging on.
This psycho has now moved the goalpost over to I don't think the FDA should approve the vaccine. What fucking qualifications do you have? You fucking Philistine animal. You fucking worm. What qualifications do you have? Yo, I swear to God, the fucking entitlement of rich white lady conservatives, like, what are you? I pulled out the baby fridge and I'm still mad right now, okay? You know that this is a moment for me. When I pull out the baby fridge, I'm supposed to be happy, okay? And even the baby fridge can't save me right now because, like, what a psychotic take. Like, just give me, please, for one fucking day, I want, like, the ounce, the shred of confidence that, like, just the most mediocre, rich, wealthy white ladies have on this planet, dude. The sense of entitlement and the confidence just oozing out of every fucking porous or every orifice. I know more than the FDA. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? What? Why are you saying that? Because she knows. That's the worst part. Because she knows. I'm going to be drinking some yerba mate now. She fucking knows that the FDA approval is coming and she has to fucking keep the grift going. So they're shifting over their rhetoric. This one's berry mint. Let's see how this one goes.
Urchin is cute, don't listen to Twitter.
I feel the same way, dude. I'm in Canada surrounded by imbeciles that do their own research and I'm in the minority. It just like doesn't make shit up.
Hassle.
The FDA just makes it up anyways. Yeah, dude, totally.
All over the country. At least that's what the media tells us every single day. But I've talked to local hospitals here in my district and here in my state. Yes, the waiting rooms get full, but guess what? The waiting rooms are full of all kinds of things, not just COVID, some, you know, car accidents, trauma, other illnesses.
Yeah, that's why adding on an additional layer on top of that is the problem. That's like literally kind of the reason why we should have vaccines. You dumb animal. You dumb baboon. What the fuck? That is literally the reason. That's the point. That's why people urge others to get the vaccine. I want to tell you guys something, okay? I want to tell you guys something. 2 months ago, or now almost 3 months ago, there was an AMA survey that came out. Okay?
Has mods.
The American Medical Association came out with a fucking survey. If you want to own people in the marketplace of ideas, okay, just show them this. 96% of doctors, over 96% of doctors, have been fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Okay? Like, literally, that's it. It's over.
Yes.
It's done. You show that and you go, all right, anything after that, you're like, you have to be a fucking gigantic idiot. What about the other 4% Pepega? First of all, there's always going to be fucking quack doctors.
A whole
okay?
new meaning to the South will rise again, Pepela.
But like 96% of doctors are fully vaccinated, man.
Go.
And this is back in June, so that number is probably even higher now. That's the other thing. That's back in June. So that number probably has grown since then. It's probably even higher than that. Dude, why even bother? Like 96% survive. Why risk it? Lol. Dude, this is such a fucking... Look at him. Look at him trying to fucking get me stun locked right now. With like the most common fucking... With the most common
being a sub.
Delusional take.
All the fun.
It's not going to work, motherfucker. HasanAbi says 45% of unvaxxed doctors plan to. Yeah, dude. Out of the 4% of doctors that are not vaccinated, literally 45% of them also plan to get vaccinated. What the fuck? What do you think you know better than a doctor? You're literally a fucking real estate developer who like inherited her fucking inherited her business from her fucking father. What the fuck have you ever accomplished other than get people to not trust this vaccine?
The Taliban in Afghanistan.
XQC, you gotta fucking try to troll me with a different account, especially when I know what your perspective is because I've seen clips of it, okay?
Yeah.
You have to like come in here with a different account if you want to field a ban hammer like that. Why getting vaccinated for COVID-19 is more popular in the UK than the US? I know why. Because when they have fucking dumbass anti-vaxxers like Andrew Wakefield come out with like studies and shit, they immediately, first they elevate it, obviously, because their reactionary media is also a bunch of fucking psychopaths who only care about ratings. But then when the medical association looks at the study, realizes that that study is fucking bullshit and vaccines don't actually cause autism and the study was completely made up, they disdoctor them, whatever the fucking term is, okay? They take away their doctorate. And then we in the United States of America welcome that fucking psychopath with open arms so we can live in a fucking massive compound in Austin, Texas, continue to do like anti-vax conspiracies regardless of the fact that he was already fucking, you know, no longer a doctor in the UK and loses their fucking medical licenses shit. But then they come to America and have a wonderful career where they can keep making money lying about vaccines to like dumbass hog Americans and fuck models. That guy's a model girlfriend, dude. That shit pisses me off. Listen, we make fun of bruvs here all the time, okay? I personally love making fun of bruvs. It's the funniest thing, okay? Oh, bruv, yeah, you want to get fucking jabbed with a fucking shank, yeah? Yeah, that's right, corona fucking virus, bruv. Guess what, dude? They're smarter than us, okay? That's just how it is. That's just the reality. Just the reality that you have to live with, dude. That the fucking oi bruvs are smarter than us as a fucking collective. Okay? Yeah. I'm 18, bruv. I'm getting my fucking vaccine, yeah. That's the big difference between the UK and us. We love our hogs. We are selfish. We are entitled. We're fucking dumbasses. And because of this hyper individualistic, incredibly selfish attitude that Americans have, like, every dumbass's opinion is a very special snowflake, okay? Every dumbass is like, nah, brother, by sheer virtue of me having thought this thought, like, it must be precious. And you have to listen to it. And if you make fun of me, you're a fucking asshole. And I will cry about it for days. And that shit pisses me off, dude. It's like, shut the fuck up. You're a fucking moron. You're a fucking baboon, okay? You barely remember how to breathe manually on a daily basis, okay? You don't have object permanence, dude. Shut the fuck up. Just because all these other fucking dumbasses have voted you into a position of power does not mean anything, okay? You are not a scientist. You are not a doctor. Shut the fuck up.
Cancer and so forth. But they're seeing about 30% of those numbers being COVID cases. So while the news tries to tell us the hospitals are slam-packed with COVID, that's just not the case. Everyone needs to get back down to common sense and remember that, you know, we're human. We can't live forever. We are going to catch all kinds of diseases and illnesses and other viruses, and we get hurt sometimes. So I'm all for let's.
But like, we don't have to. We don't have to. That's the difference, dude. Are you a fucking caveman? Are you a Neanderthal? I mean, she might be. She literally looks like a Neanderthal. Are you a troglodyte, dude? Is that what's going on? Like, you know, many people are saying we need to form societal formations around bodies of water. Well, guess what? I don't want to do that, okay? I know that the fancy lads over there have decided that they know how to control this fire thing that they keep talking about and this wheel thing that they keep pushing around so they can, you know, move weights around with ease. But guess what? I'm not about that lifestyle. I'm a goddamn conservative, okay? I will not be forming a habitat together with other like-minded individuals that are going to be doing hunting and gathering. I will live by myself in my goddamn cave. Do my cave paintings with my doo-doo. That's literally the attitude that she has. It's nuts. It's like, you know, some people are going to fucking get COVID. It's like, well, there is a technological achievement, okay? It's the most human thing that we do. We overcome problems. It is at the heart of being a human being. We are like a cancerous cell on this body. We are permanently growing, destroying the planet. But like the one beautiful thing is like we are overcoming nature, okay? With science and technology. So when you say stuff like, I don't know, I think we should just dice roll it with the nature instead of this technology that I don't want to fucking use, you're basically saying the exact same thing that like you're basically saying like, you're a monkey, okay? You want to live like a monkey. You want to fling your doo-doo. And when I make the comparison to seatbelts and when I make the comparison to drunk driving, unfortunately, especially with seatbelts, like the very same types of people, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes of the world, also were against wearing seatbelts when seatbelts were first mandated. What am I, some pussy ass libtard? You won't get me to fucking wear a seatbelt. I'll tell you what.
Thank you, Azan.
Okay.
Let's be rational with this. Let's be careful. Let's be cautious. And let's not turn into an authoritarian regime that forces shots in arms of people that don't want it.
Why are you hot now, matter what you do?
We do need to be one, okay? And we are one. Authoritarian things that the government does is a necessity, okay? The government, by very nature of its existence, is an authoritarian one. The government, literally, by what we know as rules and regulations, I'm going to simplify this as best as possible for you to now understand. The government, by creating laws, okay, is consistently excluding certain actions, certain behaviors, okay, and creating mandates so that people have a base level of material equality and protection and amenities. This is a weird concept for Americans because our government doesn't do all that. But like in normal governments, that's what they do. They provide public housing, they provide socialized medicine, they provide public education all the way to college. You know, these are normal things the government's supposed to do. Other than that, it's like the government is not a fucking lobbying hub that like steals money from you so they can give it to, so they can subsidize the oil industry or the military industrial complex like we do here. That's what our government does in America. But in most countries, that's what the government is supposed to do, right? It's supposed to give you amenities, and it's supposed to tell you, no, you can't do certain things, okay? I know you want to. But the concept of laws, the concept of rules and regulations, by its very nature, are exclusionary towards people that want to fucking, you know, not abide by those laws, okay? And I don't think she's a crusty anarchist who's like, yeah, fuck all, abolish all hierarchies, like all laws are fucking illegal, brother. Whatever. I don't think she's one of those crusty ass like crust punk anarchists. So it's kind of weird that she's talking about this like and taking this tone where like this is so authoritarian. Yes, of course it's fucking authoritarian. That's what the fucking government does, dude. We have a government because unfortunately there are too many fucking dumbasses like you that will never do the right thing on their own, and as a matter of fact, you will try to do the wrong thing on purpose. What is he saying? XQ count needs to understand why COVID cases are going up. Yeah, don't try me. I'm going to make multiple accounts and coordinate them. Do it. Do it, bitch. I like how she doesn't want the government to tell her what to do with her body, but will turn around and say pro-life and take someone else's autonomy away. Of course.
My wife's boyfriend is named Big J, aka Papa J, aka Big Pappy.
Do you guys understand what I mean? Like, yes, vaccine mandates already exist for a fuckload of other vaccines, okay? And it exists for good reason. That's why we don't have smallpox and measles and mumps and polio. Okay?
12 months listening to my favorite conservative.
We've eradicated so many different fucking diseases so that dumbasses like Marjorie Taylor Greene can survive. That's literally the nature of mankind. Okay? That's why we've been able to grow taller. That's why we've been able to fucking live for much, much longer. Okay? That's how this works. Because we develop societal formations and we set rules and regulations so that psychos can't just like go around and do pedophilia or murder. Oh. How do you deal with the hog car argument? What's the hog car argument?
Okay.
I had a very long high convo with my libertarian boyfriend last night. He was telling me in his own words that we should have free college, better social safety nets, and better wealth, better distribution so that those that aren't born to the wealthy can succeed too. I almost cried at how much of a living he's become. Previously an anti-vaxxer, by the way. Much thanks to you for teaching me how to navigate our convos. Good shit. This willfully closed-off attitude of these people is preventing them from having a realistic view of the rest of the world and seeing how vaccines actually work, and it's endlessly frustrating. I'm not speaking for the anti-vax crowd, but I know more sane people are just weary of mandating newly implemented mRNA technology than vaccines in general. No, dude. No. Because those sane people are, unfortunately, high off their own fucking farts and greatly overestimate their own skills, their critical thinking skills, their own level of perception, and their own knowledge and education on a fucking subject matter that they simply cannot comprehend. Those people don't know that the mRNA vaccine platform and the mRNA vaccine technology has been in development since 1984, okay? They don't. They think it like happened last year. So it doesn't matter. Even people that you regard as like normal or sane or intelligent are still fucking dumbasses that can be fearful, especially when it comes to so much misinformation being spread nonstop that takes advantage of the very human side of people's brains.
Thank you, Hasan, for 5 months of babysitting.
Okay? Anyway. Wait, XQ Cow is anti-vax? No, he's not, dude. No. He's just trying to fucking... He's just trying to trigger me and get me to be stun locked.
Conspiracy theorists spreading COVID misinformation faster than the Delta variant, Ligma variant, Shugma variant.
I got my first dose of the vaccine yesterday because of you. I realized how the vaccine works, and watching your stream helped me recognize what a disservice I was doing to my fellow humans. My arm hurts, but I'm feeling great. Thanks. Good shit. What is stopping the truth from getting through to the hogs this time around? Dude, everything under the sun
Nice chin.
in the United States of America is now seen through the lens of the culture war, okay? There is no more like objective, unbiased truths within science. That's it. I hate that it's like so cheesy. It's such a cheesy ass fucking description, but it's the truth. Like these these people absolutely just can only comprehend, can only analyze the world from like easy to understand contextualizations. Those contextualizations are, unfortunately, Democrats versus Republicans. Like, what is owning the libs and what's not? And what I mean by that is this. Okay? You know how a lot of you have Twitch brain rot? It's kind of like that. Like, when something minor happens on Twitch, as it pertains to, like, the little political ecosystem that we have here, and everyone will be like, oh my God, dude, you have to cover this. Like, some random Twitch streamer account that's like a political streamer with like 35 followers said this about you. And it's like,
Hasan.
no. Like, I'm not going to have this conversation. Like, I'm not going to watch this. It's like completely irrelevant, right? But in your world, it's like, that's the only way you can, that's the framework that you're
Hasan,
most comfortable doing political analysis through. That's why a lot of these like influencer battles amongst like Jimmy Dore, Kyle Kalinske, Jank, like all this shit pops off on YouTube now, because that's the easiest way that people can like demonstrate their political attitudes and their political teams, because there's no other framework to do it through. There's no like solidarity amongst the working class. There's no labor unions. There's no way to actually engage in political action. So you stick to what you know. So you stick to what is easiest for you, okay? You stick to what helps you analyze this information, like these other familiar voices, these other familiar attitudes that keep massaging your pre-existing biases, okay? And I'm sure you guys do this too.
Hold on.
But it is what it is. This is how it works. And that's the same as like conservatives deciding like, you know, vaccines are deadly.
Subscribing with
There's a very real fear that obviously a lot of conservatives have towards like technological achievements and whatnot. I mean, they're fucking reactionary and conservative to begin with, right?
I love you, Hadan. Thanks for streaming, and here's to more years to come.
But then also on top of that, there is a constant fucking sea of misinformation being pumped at them and telling them from sources that they trust that like they are,
died from COVID, but
you know, they are right to be fearful.
Members died by suicide in 2020. We have a mental health issue, not a COVID issue.
What did this person say?
Fucking chuds.
If they inject her, she will turn into the founding titan and she screeches. Open your third. I didn't see the dono. I missed it. XQC needs your help. He's spreading nonsense. I mean, I told him I'd be down to talk to him about vaccinations. Like, I fucking DM'd him just now. So.
Hassle.
Hey folks, how you doing? I just got a quick question about this whole COVID, not getting vaccinated and running to the fucking hospital once you get the virus fucking deal. Because this shit is out of fucking control, all right? And I'm gonna give you a quick story on why I think it's out of fucking control. Last week I had to bring my wife into the hospital. She has stage 4 breast cancer. She was dealing with some symptoms, and I had to bring her in to get some fluid drained. She was having some pain, blah, blah, blah. She was in there for 2 days. On the 3rd day, she honestly should have stayed one more day. Maybe 2 more days, okay? But on the 3rd day, instead of draining her fluid and what they wanted to do, they told us that she had to be discharged because they had no room left in the hospital because of COVID. Here's my question. Why 99% of everybody that's in the hospital with COVID right now is unvaccinated, okay? If you really fucking believe that COVID's not real, and you really believe that it's not a big deal, and you really believe that you don't need to get the vaccine, that is your fucking right. Okay? I'm not gonna argue with you about that. What I am gonna argue with about is you running to the fucking hospital once you get the virus. If you don't trust the medical field to prevent you from getting it, why do you trust them to cure you from it? Why do you run to the fucking hospital? If you really believe that COVID's not a big deal and it's not this, that, the other, and you don't get the vaccine because of, stick to your fucking guns and keep your motherfucking ass at home. Stop running to the...
Exactly. That's precisely my point. I've been saying this for so fucking long. It's like, oh, doctors are fucking lying to you about COVID case rates, brother. But then all of a sudden, when push comes to shove, when you got fucking COVID, all of a sudden you're like, please, doctor, save my fucking hog ass. Why? Just die on your own, bitch. Literally, just die on your fucking own, okay? You don't get to murder, like, vaccinated cancer patients and shit. You know what I mean? Like, there's people that desperately need treatment, and you're just taking up beds in the hospital. I'm telling you, it's like, it's literally, it is insane. Like,
on Jewish space lasers.
I'm fucking telling you, I've been saying this for the longest time. You treat it like a DNR, okay? Treat it like a fucking DNR. Go outside. If you refuse to get the vaccine and you get COVID, just fucking go outside and die on your own. You don't get to literally take up hospital beds from people who are already vaccinated, that taking the necessary precautions and need those ICU beds for other reasons. Okay? You have every opportunity. Treat it like a DNR. Treat it like a fucking DNR, dude. Do not resuscitate. Do not ventilate. Do not fucking, put him in ICU beds.
Look at this baby face.
You wanted fucking, natural selection to occur? But guess what? It's occurring.
The hospital, putting everybody else at fucking risk, and in turn, the collateral damages. People like my wife who actually need medical fucking help for a chronic fucking disease get kicked out of the hospital because your dumb ass is too stupid to go get a fucking vaccine shot. Keep your ass at home. If you really believe COVID's not a big deal, prove it. Stick to your fucking guns, keep your ass at home, and fucking deal with it.
DNR is do not resuscitate. It's a personal choice that people make that if they're like ever in a coma or something, they don't want to, they don't want to, I don't know. They just don't want to be fucking resuscitated. If they die, they die. Like, that's okay.
Chat spam jammies.
And I'm saying that, like, if you're not going to fucking take the vaccine and you have this inherent mistrust in the medical profession, in the medical community, fucking die then. Like,
Neanderthal lady.
My dad is an anti-vaxxer who thinks he's going to put microbots inside you and is the mark of the beast as said in the Bible. He's so insane. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Yes, it has been politicized, but I think people are underestimating how big of an impact not having socialized medicine is having. People can't afford to go to the doctors regular, if even at all. Therefore, they don't know or trust them, leading to an explosion of skeptics. Yes, I know. I know.
If they inject her, she will turn into the founding titan, and when she screeches, she'll turn all of the vaccinated into titans which will consume humanity. Stay woke. Decalcify your pineal gland. Open your
Chud Twitter compilation of top Democrats being anti-vaccine. Democrats? What do you mean? When like Donald Trump was the president or something and people were... Here is nearly 3 minutes of Democrats irresponsibly casting doubt about vaccines last year.
USA losing to COVID just like they lost to
and
the
they should be.
Wait. Okay. Okay, hey guys. RNC research, by the way. Wait, I gotta pee. I gotta pee real quick. I'm gonna let this run. I'm gonna let this ride. What does this what does this mean, dude?
My baby daddy.
Like, yeah, guess what, dude? Before I even knew the invention of the mRNA vaccine, I could have said some dumb shit about the mRNA vaccine, okay? I did not have the knowledge. I did not know anything about it. Who fucking cares? What matters is what's going on right now. Vaccines came out, and they are fucking effective, incredibly effective. They're safe to take. So, as what normal people do, when they get hit in the face with new information, they decide, okay, I was wrong on my previous skepticism. It's called new evidence. Okay? It is an incredibly idiotic fucking take to just like, to blast this and be like, oh my God, I can't believe this.
I think it's going to be a very skeptical American public about taking the vaccine, and they should be.
We can't trust the president and take his word and take a vaccine that might cause harm to us.
If and when the vaccine comes, and it's not likely to go through all the tests that needs to be and the trials that are needed to be done.
Let's just say there's a vaccine that is approved and even distributed before the election. Would you get it?
Well, I think that's going to be an issue for all of us.
When we finally do, God willing, get a vaccine, who's going to take the shot? Who's going to take the shot?
We will need to have access to the vaccine results so we can make our independent assessment to make sure that Donald Trump's fingerprints are not on it.
You can be the first one to say, sign me up. They now say it's okay.
Is the vaccine safe? Frankly, I'm not going to trust the federal government's opinion. And I wouldn't recommend to New Yorkers based on the federal government's opinion.
And the question of whether it's real when it's there, that requires enormous transparency.
Would you trust that vaccine?
There's very little that we can trust that comes out of Donald Trump's mouth.
We cannot take for granted this process will be free of political influence.
I don't trust the president, and I don't trust the FDA.
If Donald Trump can't give answers and the administration can't give answers to these three questions, the American people should not have confidence.
You're going to say to the American people now, here's a vaccine, it was new, it was done quickly, but trust this federal administration and their health administration that it's safe?
I will say that
11 months.
Bro, what did I tell you last year? Whenever you guys, there were plenty of skeptical people that asked me all the fucking time, like, hey,
Hasan got
what do you think about this vaccine? Like, what if the vaccine is not safe? It's Donald Trump's vaccine, blah, blah, blah. I would tell you all the time, I do not care. As long as the scientists that have built this fucking technology test it and find it to be safe, I will take this vaccine. That is the appropriate thing to say. There was an understandable amount of skepticism because of how fearful people were of Donald Trump, but it's not like Donald Trump fucking built the vaccine. So yeah, these people are fucking dumb for saying this. Okay? They were dumb for saying this.
Come.
Who cares?
that I would not trust Donald Trump.
Hey, how confident are you in the approval process of the FDA right now?
How confident am I? I'm not that confident.
Yes, I would be hesitant, but I'm going to ask a lot of questions.
You're going to need...
I'm willing to bet that like half of these fucking clips, by the way, if you were to play it by like 10 more seconds, would probably say something along the lines of, but as long as the scientists declare it to be safe, like, of course I'm going to take it. It's our only way out of this fucking pandemic. Because like, that's literally what people's positions were back then. People were like, yeah, I'm a little skeptical. I'm a little worried. This is like, you know, this is a really rushed process with respect to like previous vaccines. Like we've never actually... You know, we've never actually had vaccines get developed this quickly.
Hogs are out.
But as far as like what the medical community dictates and declares is safe, I'm totally going to take it. And guess what? All of these people took the fucking vaccine. So what else do you want?
So
like, is the GOP claiming that like liberals are not getting the vaccine right now? Is that what they're saying? Or is the GOP stating that like there's a big problem with like, you know, New York Democrats not getting the vaccine because they love Andrew Cuomo and they only remember him being skeptical from a year ago and are and don't know that he already took the vaccine and urged to get the vaccine? Is that what it is? Are they or are they making an even dumber argument and saying that like all the conservatives that aren't getting the vaccine aren't getting it because Cuomo was skeptical about it a year ago and is no longer skeptical about it? Like, what's the argument here? Crenshaw by started watching you on TYT was super stoked. I found you on Twitch. Keep up the great work. My family are evangelical conservatives. Mexican anti-vaxxers is the only place I feel sane. I'm sorry to hear that. My neighbor is a nurse at a hospital in SoCal and refuses to get the vaccine since they believe that Antifa tracks it. Yes, dude, you can be a nurse and a fucking psycho, okay? I love nurses. I'm a fan of big nurses, okay? The big nurse, dark money, big time fan. You know this. But some nurses are fucking idiots, dude, okay? There are doctors that are idiots.
Sorry I couldn't use Prime Sub this month because I'm at vacation and it won't let me through mobile. Happy birthday, Dad. Also, you look very cute today, King. Thank you for educating and having us laugh together while learning white people happy.
This is so dumb.
Other than this FDA and this CDC saying it's safe.
You got to make all of it available to other experts across the nation so they can look and see. So there's consensus. This is a safe vaccine.
Wait, that's not even a clip, chimp. That's literally correct. That's not even a fucking... They just put that like... Look, I love dunking on Joe Biden, but if you can't find this like old dish rag of a fucking human bumbling his words and like actually promoting vaccine hesitancy, then you're not doing a good enough job, okay? I mean, seriously. How do you fail to get this guy, you know, this old fart who fucks up what he's trying to say all the time? How did you not be, how were you unable to find a single time where he was like, don't get the vaccine, Jack?
A safe vaccine.
What I'm worried about is that there's some sort of October surprise and that there's a pressure put on the decision makers here to announce the vaccine in October of 2020.
We're going to put together our own group of doctors and medical experts to review the vaccine and the efficacy and the protocol. And if they say it's safe, then I'll go to the people of New York and I will say it's safe.
Okay, again. This is my favorite part of the argument. Whenever like people who are clip chimping turn around and actually fuck up the clip chimp by adding additional context, it's like, you didn't need to put the additional context, idiot. Now it doesn't even look bad, but I guess it doesn't matter because again, remember what I said about political tribalism and how people only have the framework of like, you know, Democrat or conservative when analyzing shit. Remember what I said about that? That's precisely why it's like, oh, well, it's Andrew Cuomo saying this. And Andrew Cuomo is bad. So, of course, now I believe that, you know, no matter what he's saying, he was probably doing vaccine hesitancy. Even though I myself am fucking also hesitant to the vaccine and don't want to take it. But, you know, it's bad when he does it.
But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
View.
I think.
Is the argument that they're somehow making Democrats vaccine hesitant? I didn't miss a word. What? What word did I miss? I don't get it.
Hi Hank, where did you hide?
They just completely checked out after.
Came back for a second month.
Ryan Grimm had a base take.
To be indoctrinated by you.
Their argument is that they're hypocrites when they're not in power.
Marika Omegalal. Vaxxed and ready to sax.
What's the point of questioning them? Kamala is fucking divisive, cop politician through and through. She sucks ass nearly as much as Trump. Who cares what she says? I'm going to trust scientists and doctors, not a former attorney general bought and paid for. Like, I just like, it's fucking hurting my mind to see these fucking arguments. It's like
8 months subbed and happy to see all the molding on chat.
Scalise misleading clip job claiming vaccine misinformation by Democrats.
Love
Democrats have a history of vaccine misinformation and not trusting science. What? This is the... I feel like this is the same energy as like, actually Democrats are the real racists. They're the party of the KKK. When like their fan base is literally saying like, no, we like the KKK, brother. What the fuck? Not the demon rats. You know what I mean? It's like, they love the vaccine misinformation. Are you trying to get Republicans to vote for the Democrats? Like, is that what's going on?
On Twitch. Keep up the great work. My family are evangelical conservatives, Mexican anti-vaxxers, and this is the only place I feel sane.
Do people believe? I mean, it's just like, do people believe that Democrats would not have taken this vaccine? Maybe some wouldn't. I'd be fucking screaming at them like I'd be screaming, like I'm screaming at the fucking hogs right now. If Donald Trump was president, Democrats were like, I'm not taking the vaccine. I'd be like, you're a fucking psycho. Okay? You're a fucking psycho. Trump didn't make the vaccine. Okay, scientists did. You are every bit the same kind of fucking delusional psycho that hogs are when they think Trump made the vaccine or when they think like Trump solved Middle East peace or whatever the fuck. Okay? Trump had nothing to do with the vaccine. Shut the fuck up. Oh. Anyway. California dad killed his kids over QAnon and serpent DNA conspiracy theories, feds claim. Authorities say Matthew Taylor Coleman confessed to murdering his 2 young children in Mexico and told investigators he thought they would grow into monsters. What? The California surfing school owner who was charged with killing his 2 children in Mexico is a follower of QAnon and Illuminati conspiracy theories who thought the children were growing to grow into monsters. We had to kill them. Matthew Taylor Coleman, 40, was charged Wednesday with foreign murder of U.S. nationals in connection with the death of his 2-year-old son and his 10-month-old daughter. Authorities said Coleman confessed to the killings and told the FBI that he used a spearfishing gun to stab them. A criminal complaint alleges that he told the FBI that he killed his children because he believed they were going to grow into monsters, and the conspiracy theories led him to believe that his wife had passed down her serpent DNA to the children.
By VODs.
Isn't this literally what the chatter was telling me about? Oh my god, this is literally going to be a JCS video. I can't believe I'm thinking about this. Jesus Christ. My brain is officially rotted. It's just so rotten, dude. The chatter yesterday was like, hey, this happened in my hometown. Like, there's going to be a fucking JCS video coming about this in a year. Like, get excited. Yeah, Zach Fox is like greatest take of all time, by the way. Once again, proven. This is how the photos be looking at headlines when a white man kills his entire family. Literally, look at this. California dad kills his kids over QAnon and serpent DNA conspiracy theory, feds claim. Already know other cultists are going to be defending this shit? No.
Has flex.
Oh my god. I mean, they literally did that. California dad charged with murder and spear gun death of his 2 young brothers. Wait, do they mention QAnon? Oh my god, they don't mention QAnon in this. They mentioned QAnon once. He allegedly claimed to be receiving visions of his wife possessed certain DNA and passed on to his children also.
For the content,
oh my god, they literally mention it. They mention QAnon. They bury it.
Let's go.
Also mentioned QAnon and Illuminati conspiracy theories. You know, the type of shit that we pump out on a daily basis here. California dad murdered his toddler infant over fears they had serpent DNA. Dude, it's like, it's a joke, but it's also real. Like, I mean, look, seriously. Look at this. Look at this.
Cool.
Yeah, save the kids, by the way. Save the children, by the way. Remember, the Republicans love saving the kids, right? Fucking no, they don't. Okay, they want to murder the kids. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I don't care about this that much. Made me smile. All right, let's talk about the FDA, Dr. Fauci. We're done with the fucking anti-vaxxers. I want to see this critical race theory emotional speech
And
first, though.
hot at another school board meeting in Loudoun County last night. Parents calling out the school's social justice agenda as one teacher declares she has had enough.
I'm joking, keeps
Within the last year, I was told in one of my so-called equity trainings that white, Christian, able-bodied females currently have the power in our schools, and that, quote, this has to change. You shut the doors to the public, as well as the emails sent by the superintendent last year, reminding me that a dissenting opinion is not allowed, even to be spoken in my personal life, going so far as to send a form to my colleagues and I, encouraging us to fill it out. I quit your policies, I quit your trainings, and I quit being a cog in a machine.
I'm sick and tired of telling children that
1 year working from home.
Slavery was immoral.
To work on spreadsheets.
You can't make me. I'm sorry. I just can't do it.
Fan from Canada.
That tells me to push highly politicized agendas on our most vulnerable constituents, the children.
Author Douglas Murray joins us now to react. Good morning to you.
Fox News owner Galal.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up with the fucking Murrays, dude? Charles Murray, Douglas Murray. Get the fucking Murrays out of here.
So, Douglas, you can tell she's obviously emotional. She probably doesn't want to leave these kids in that school district without having her teachings, but she's forced to. It's forcing good teachers to leave. What's your reaction?
Yeah, this woman, Laura Morris, who's the teacher we just heard from, who resigned, really should be applauded, I think. It's clear from the tape how distressed she is about having to take this decision, but she felt she had to for reasons of conscience. As she says there, you know, it's a privilege to be a teacher. It's a privilege to help the next generation of young Americans grow up, to think, to be informed, and to be able to go out into the world. And it's clear, as she says to the Loudoun County Board, that's not a priority, actually, to the local school authorities. In fact, in their priority system, it's things like equity class.
Dude, this is the... I can't believe I'm saying this. This is absolutely the worst, the fucking worst noise gate I have ever seen. You motherfuckers need to understand that every goddamn day that I deliver delicious, juicy content to you, okay, you should be fucking excited. You should be excited that there is never a single fucking peep in that noise gate. And maybe every now and then you hear the fucking AC. You ungrateful sons of guns, okay? You should also be excited that I let you know that the top of the hour ad break is coming. And that I give you options on how to avoid those fucking ad breaks. And yet you don't. And then you go over and you watch another streamer when I'm not live or whatever, and you're like, oh my God, these other streamers, they're running like 8 ads in a row. And not the 60-second ad break at the top of the hour. That's right. It's coming. Okay? I fucked it up. I fucked the delivery up a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Top of the hour every hour. Time for a 60-second ad break, and you know how to avoid those ads. You can subscribe for $5. You can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? That's right. You can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime. You can use an ad block. You can use a VPN.
Where is my stream?
Twitch Prime is free. Here's the ad break now.
She refers there to the equity class that says that there is a privilege.
The equity class. It's like, dude, what are you... Dude, why? Dude, Republicans adopting, like, leftist rhetoric is so fucking triggering for me. It's like, dude, you're on Fox News. What do you mean equity class? Your entire position in mainstream media across the board, to begin with, no matter what part of the fucking political spectrum you fall on, is to literally prop up the capitalist bourgeois class. And make it seem like the subjugation that the proletariat experiences on a daily basis is actually good, moral, just, and that there are no other alternatives. Okay? Tommy P213, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gift subs. Like, don't fucking use words like equity clause. Fucking dipshit. Insane. I know Loudoun County is one of the wealthiest counties, or is the wealthiest county in the entire United States. Yeah, it's like, we've talked about them before. They're all like rich neolibs that live there.
In being a white, female, able-bodied Christian teacher, and that this has to change. And the thing is, we all have to ask, as she did.
If the admin was really telling her that white, Christian, able-bodied women hold all the power, though, that's quite a bit effed up, isn't it? That isn't even a fact. Let alone CRT. I don't believe that. Like, that's fucking idiotic, dude. Why do you believe that? Are you fucking stupid? Or are you actually dumb? I will never believe a fucking Karen like this, okay? Sorry. Just like straight up. Anyone that comes on in the news and is like trying to build and carve a fucking brand for themselves by specifically appealing to the most reactionary points of view like this, I will never believe you. You are just doing a personal branding shtick here. I don't believe your personal experience. I don't believe your lived experience. I think you're fucking crying fake tears. It might be real tears because you're profoundly privileged. No shot, dude. No fucking shot.
Why? What's wrong with being a white, Christian, able-bodied female teacher? What's wrong with it? If you're a good teacher, we should celebrate that. But that's not what's been happening. And so for reasons of conscience, she's decided...
Apparently, she fucking quit because she could not misgender students anymore, by the way. Laura Morris sobbed that she told the school board that she can't respect transgender students because she's a believer in Christ. I'm literally shitting, pissing, and farting right now at the thought of having to fucking not misgender trans students. How dare you? How dare you make me do this? It's like, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Okay? There it is. All of you dummies. Like, you see one fucking mediocre white woman crying and you're like, ah, she's attractive, I believe her. Like, you're so fucking stupid, dude. Literally, your lizard brain is like, there's synapses that fire off in your brain where you're like, oh, I'm inclined to believe her. I'm going to defend her. Actually. Like, one of you motherfuckers literally said, wow, it's so incredible that, like, isn't it crazy that the school said this?
PogChamp.
It's not a part of CRT. It's like, no, I don't believe that. Like, that's not true. Anyway. Very OP. Despite her pleas about children, Morris was speaking against the policy adopted by the Loudoun County School Board last night to make school more welcoming to trans students who have a high school dropout rate in part due to discrimination and bullying they face in schools. The district's new policy for the new year is happening because the state passed law requiring the Virginia Department of Education to develop model language or policies on trans students, which school districts have to adopt in order to keep their state funds. The policies address record keeping, names and pronouns, use of gender segregated facilities, and other topics that affect how trans students are treated at school.
Thank you for arguing with morons on the importance of
Morris called all this political ideologies that do not square with who I am. Okay, well then get fucked. You are no longer here. You don't have to be a fucking teacher there anymore, you fucking idiot. Same energy as, like, you know, same energy as, like, teachers in the 60s being like, I don't want to teach black students. Like, I think segregation is good and integration is bad, and I don't want to fucking have, you know, black students being educated alongside white students and crying about it. It's literally the exact same shit. 1000%. Hey, get fucked. You don't get to fucking teach students. How about that? Keep mauling at these dumbasses. I'm sure you'll convince them eventually. I don't care about convincing them. I don't. I will never convince that person. That person has already made up their mind, okay? One, that person is already delusional, misguided, scared, confused, whatever, okay? If I could have a one-to-one conversation, maybe I'd be able to one-to-one conversation. Maybe I could actually, you know, have a productive convo with them. But as far as, like, people that are personally motivated by, like, trying to build a brand for themselves and shit like that, like, there is no. I'm not gonna motivate Charlie Kirk to be a good person. He makes his money being a fucking asshole. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to motivate Ben Shapiro. I'm not going to be able to change Ben Shapiro's mind by having a conversation with him. He's making his money being a fucking douchebag. He's making his money spewing that garbage. Same with Candace Owens.
Please put your beard back on.
Okay? It doesn't matter anyway. Literally every other word, this guy, you paint your nails, you talk about privilege from your millionaire mansion in gated community, LMFAO. Yeah, dude, I totally live in a millionaire mansion in a gated community. What else do you have made up about me? Painting your nails is privilege? I know, dude. Every single person that paints their nails, profoundly privileged. I am fucking privileged, idiot. I talk about my privileges all the goddamn time. As a matter of fact, I try to use my privilege for good.
Thank you for the
I wonder how you would behave in front of 30,000 people if you were able to ever be
be
fortunate enough to have such a wonderful community like this one with this many people and keep them entertained for fucking, 8 hours a day without using sentence modifiers like literally. I want to see what this fucking account looks like. Hold on. Gotta be more idiots.
Hello, Hasan. I just wanted
Southern Cali, LA are brainwashed on what the real world is. Anyone who actually gets out of the house and has actual conversations, interactions with other humans knows that the media creates a false image, idea, mindset that is so toxic, dividing. Yeah, I'm sure. Not the... Scroll up and read my comment, please, sir. Anyone who actually wakes up every day and works, accomplishes goals, truly knows this. I hope you all know that you are brainwashed, closed-minded, to truly wake up and realize what's going on. Yeah, dude. Anyone... Yeah, dude. The working class, the real people who work are very normal. They don't fucking obsess over CRT and shit. Most of the people that do that are constant, relentless media watchers that are actually relatively privileged. He is correct on that. You think like some fucking dude who's working at the construction is like, oh man, I really hate that CRT is being taught to our children. And if they are actually feeling that way, okay, if they are unironically feeling that way, then they've been misguided and divided by a divisive media. But I'm pretty sure that because of your fucking biases, you don't assume that that is biased media. You think that that's the real truth. It sucks people with your platform and influence so blind, brainwashed, closed-minded about how the real world outside of privileged state of California continues to spread support the closed-minded party side of things mindset. It's truly why the division in our country will only grow because of closed-mindedness. I'm going to keep this one. I'm going to keep this one as a pet. Okay? Because this dumbass has only been in here for since June 10th and clearly has not been in here for that long. Long enough to at least see me literally shit on Democrats regularly. Okay? Also, he doesn't know that, like, I guess most of my... I'm the #1 Twitch streamer in, like, fucking every red state, apparently. 3/3/2020 though, yeah, I mean, I'm saying that like they were in here, they got mad, they left, they came back. We can change this. We can change this person's mind. Because I'm not that close-minded. This is all a personal branding project. This mom is catching on at the Daily Wire. Stay-at-home moms sued by nation's largest teachers union after investigating CRT. Yeah, they all are, dude. Everyone is trying to be a fucking influencer. It's like the only economy that is growing and where you can like seemingly make money and have a fucking decent lifestyle. Okay?
Happy 11 months, you beard.
What those people don't realize is that like that clout goes away, okay? If you're not consistently pumping out decent content, people are going to leave. They're not going to keep watching you. It's very hard to keep people's attention on you. So, you're going to do that little personal branding. You're going to be, you're going to be famous in your little community, at the book reading club or whatever the fuck you guys do. Every week when you get together, all the other conservative moms are going to be like, "Oh my God. Remember she was on the Daily Wire with Ben Shapiro. You're gonna experience a minor fucking millisecond of fame in your own like micro community that you live in. And back to nothingness. Back to the fucking same banality of your existence every goddamn day in your ugly ass McMansion where you fantasize about fucking the pool boy every day because your husband has had erectile dysfunction for the past 15 years. Okay? That's it. Have fun. Have fun, dude. You were on the Daily Wire. Great.
To resign, and I think people should applaud that.
The superintendent, she says also, in addition to the white Christian thing, she said the superintendent sent out an email saying you're not allowed to have a dissenting opinion. There's a picture of the superintendent.
I agree with you on some things. I just think you contradict yourself at times. No, I don't.
And if you do disagree with our district and you even talk about it in your private life, other teachers should snitch on you, and he sent out a form to all the teachers. What about free speech? Why can't you disagree with what they're trying to tell you to teach?
Like, this argument is so dumb. It's been brutalized many times over at this point. First of all, like, these are the same people who are like, we need to burn all books that say trans people exist. Okay, kids should not learn about the existence of like trans people and gay people. So like, you're not a fan of free speech to begin with. And also, there is no such thing as like absolute free speech. Okay? There isn't. You can't, especially at a school, a teacher can't fucking get up and be like, I'm gonna fuck your mom to a student, no matter how hard they want to say that. Or even fuck their moms, actually. Okay? So where is the fucking free speech? Also, half of the Republican states, in 35 specifically, including Texas, public school teachers literally have to sign a form that says like, they will never recognize the state of Palestine to even be able to teach. So what free speech are we talking about? That's an actual attack on free speech, and a ridiculous one. So analyze the actual instances on a case-by-case basis and tell me why this is good or bad, rather than like trying to appeal to some like idealized notion of free speech that literally does not exist, that you have never defended in your entire life. Okay?
Pog.
Yeah,
you need a source on that one. Here you go. Come on, dude. Today, 35 states have adopted laws, executive orders, or resolutions that are designed to discourage boycotts against Israel. Separately, the U.S. Congress is considering an anti-boycott legislation as well. In reaction to the BDS movement, the Senate passed S1, which contains an anti-boycott provisions as of January 28, 2019. The House passed a resolution condemning the boycott of Israel on July 24, 2019 by a vote of 398 to 17. States are listed below the date that have adopted anti-BDS measures. In the state of Tennessee, the General Assembly formally condemned BDS movement, which is boycott, divestment, and sanctions, a movement that was created against apartheid South Africa at the time. Same movement against Israel, which is also an apartheid state. But the state of Tennessee decided that Tennessee public institutions to divest from entities involved in the BDS movement. It refers to BDS as one of the main vehicles for spreading anti-Semitism and advocating the elimination of the Jewish state. The legislation also stated that BDS is deeply damaging to the causes of peace, justice, equality, and democracy and human rights for all people in the Middle East. Okay, this is like a bullshit anti-BDS law, though. Here, I'll show you Texas. That one is like fucked up. Some of these are like light. Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed HB 89, an act relating to the state of Israel. And by the way, remember, this is pro, like, this does not like BDS, this website, JewishVirtualLibrary.org. Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed HB 89, an act relating to the state contracts with and investments in companies that boycott Israel, so like Ben & Jerry's, on May 2nd, 2017. The bill prohibits the state of Texas from contracting or entering into business with companies or entities involved in the BDS movement against Israel. Why? The law ensures that public funds will not go to these companies that participate in BDS. They started to divest $72 million worth of stock in one Norwegian financial services, DNB ASA, two state pension funds, the Employees Retirement System of Texas and Texas Permanent School Fund, own $68 million and $4 million respectively in the stock of the company. This is the first action taken under the anti-boycott legislation. In 2019, a U.S. district judge ruled in favor of Bahai Amawi, a former speech pathologist who sued the state over the law after she was fired from her job for supporting BDS. The court found the statute to a viewpoint-based restriction intended not to combat discrimination on the basis of national origin, but to silence speech with which Texas disagrees. In response, the legislature rewrote the language, limiting the application of the law to companies with more than 10 full-time employees and contracts of more than $100,000 with the state. Caitlyn Jenner is touring homeless encampments in Venice? Yeah, it's fucking gross, dude. Aren't there any teachers in here that have to sign BDS legislation or anti-BDS statements to fucking become a teacher in like Texas and shit? That person is a school contractor, by the way. That's the reason why they were fired. Like, the former speech pathologist was fired as a school contractor, for the record. Like, they were fired from the school. Teachers, this is it. Teacher sues Texas after being fired for refusing to sign pro-Israel contract. I love that the fucking chat was like, oh, I don't understand. Where are the teachers? Like, that's literally a case of a teacher being fired from school for not signing the fucking the anti-BDS like contract that they make fucking teachers sign in Texas. I had to sign an anti-boycott paper to work in a college job asking for donations. I'm a Palestinian, SLP, and AZ, and I've encountered such stipulations in state school contracts. Yeah. How do you like that, dude? The bill's language is so sweeping that some victims of Hurricane Harvey, which devastated Southwest Texas in late 2017, were told that they could only receive state disaster relief if they first signed a pledge never to boycott Israel, dude.
Beard or no, I'm always here for the hot guy hot takes.
I work for the state as a librarian, have to. How about that? Free speech in NA. Omega lol. Democrats are responsible for this too. Except for Dianne Feinstein, surprisingly, who is like very expressly against this.
$1.5 sub babies. PogU.
Anyway, let's watch Dan Crenshaw get heckled at an event because he said the 2020 election wasn't stolen. Good luck trying to win when you fucking go against like 80% of your constituents, dude.
There's certain serious problems, but don't kid yourself into believing that's why we lost. It's not. It's not.
You're wrong.
I'll tell you openly.
You're wrong.
I'll tell you, and I'm not wrong.
Yes, you are. I have plenty of proof. I have proof in Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Georgia.
You did the Maricopa.
Yeah.
How did that turn out?
And guess what? It's going to turn out and it's going to flip.
I hate that he also shaved. We shaved together. We got matchy shaves, dude.
You watch. You're gonna see firsthand.
It won't. And you've got to flip all 5 states to make it.
You know how they're stealing the elections?
All right, I'm not going to argue with this. I'm not going to argue with you on this. It's just something. Look, I'll say it openly. This is something you got to accept. Is there a lot of voter fraud?
He is
Yeah,
right.
there probably is. Enough that Trump won? No, absolutely not.
You'll see.
Absolutely not. 5 different states.
Yes.
Hundreds of thousands of votes.
Yes.
You're kidding yourself.
I can't tell.
Yes, we got in the shower together and shaved each other, okay? Right-wing media was melting down over the Benito Skinner pro-vaccine White House video. Like, this video is fucking lame, okay? It's really lame, and it completely misses the mark on, like, getting anybody to fucking get vaccinated. But ultimately, who gives a fuck? Like, why are you spending so much time on it? Just, like, laugh it off and move on and be like, yeah, liberals are being fucking weird again. Like, that's what I did. I saw the video. I was like, this is, like, this would be funny in every other context. Okay? Like, I'm sure that person has, like, hilarious videos, right? But, like, in this context, if, like, the actual hilarity comes from the fact that the White House unironically thought that this would urge people to go get vaccinated. Like, of course, that's a fucking terrible way to try to do it. I thought the video was a parody, too. Originally, but then I saw Jen Psaki in it and I was like, oh, no, it's not. It's not a fucking parody. It's very real. So yeah, this is, of course, I mean, he's the person on it is like gay, I suspect, right? I don't know what their like sexual orientation is, but they're queer. Like, it's a catch-all term. I'm using that as a catch-all term here. Like, they're very clearly not like heteronormative. They are also wearing, you know, non-traditional dresses and shit like that. They look fabulous. I will say that. They look very good. Okay? And I can't tell if they're, like, making fun of other influencers that were participating in this event, or did they themselves are, you know, they thought that this would be good to urge people to get vaccinated and stuff like that. It doesn't really matter. It's like you laugh it off and you move on. Okay.
And TikTok star who goes by the name Benny Drama uploaded this video on social media of himself parading around what appears to be the White House, portraying a Gen Z intern. Watch this.
One sec. Democracy's calling. See you, Daddy. Bye.
Hi, my name is Cooper, and this is a day in my life as a White House intern.
We did it, Joe. Hey,
probably baiting media to be homophobic. Yeah, I mean, most likely. I mean, they certainly were homophobic. I'll tell you that. The media was effectively baited. Okay. They were baited, all right.
Everyone, vogue.
Usually I start off with a big coffee. Sorry, they're like really strict in here.
Hey, Jenny. I booked you a nail appointment, love.
Yeah, I didn't tell you to do that.
It's called Initiative. Hi, White House. This is Cooper. I don't think so. Oh, doesn't matter.
This is actually the entrance to the West Wing. This is so fun and it's really prestigious.
Hey, POTUS. Is Olivia Rodrigo still here?
No.
I gotta pee. I'll be back.
We've come a long way in our fight against this virus. We've vaccinated 160 million Americans. Are you getting this all down?
Don't worry, Queen. It's all right here.
So this video comes after another young social media influencer by the name of Olivia Rodrigo visited the White House. You can see her standing there. The White House encouraging more vaccinations in young adults. And Press Secretary Jen Psaki's cameo in this TikTok seems to do the same, the one that we just showed you. So let's bring in our panel for their thoughts on all of this. Amy, I'll start with you. There are reports that the White House, the Biden administration, is paying some of these TikTok influencers upwards of $5,000 in an effort to get the word out to vaccinate young people. What do you think about this?
Well, a few different opinions on this. So hear me out. I do have teenagers, and they would probably recognize this individual because they are on social media. And if you go back in the days of when I was growing up during the MTV VH1 era, they did have PSAs that were somewhat similar with celebrities and rock stars, you know, whether it dealt with AIDS awareness or mental health or reminding you to register to vote. That was pretty common. So this isn't new. However, some people are upset that taxpayers are possibly funding and most likely.
She convinced me. Yep. I'm a homophobe now and an anti-vaxxer. Don't need to see more. I saw like 3 seconds of her commentary. I'm convinced.
5 months.
Sorry. It worked.
Likely funding videos like this. I find it more appalling that at the end of this video, this influencer states how he's basically proud of the work that both President Biden and Dr. Fauci,
Holy shit, you just like 5 points of
what they've done and what they've been able to accomplish during this pandemic. However, I find it more appalling that our taxpayer dollars went to the funding of the gain of research at the Wuhan lab. That's where we should be more concerned.
No longer convinced
about our taxpayer dollars going. This TikTok situation is probably pennies in comparison to the actual start of COVID.
Yeah, I do question, though, if this money is coming from the money that was approved for COVID relief, Julio, and now we see that it's being paid to, social media influencers.
Yeah, I know, especially as businesses are still struggling and so many went out of business.
Bro, people are just hella wet on Newsmax. Like, they just have, like, wet people on Newsmax. Like, this guy... Yo, is this guy all right? Like, what's going on? I would have to check in with this dude. He just literally looks like... You had to look hard. Long and hard to find a dude that looks like this. It's honestly admirable. Like, what happened? This looks like someone randomized the character creation screen, dude. Like, where did you find this dude?
That are never coming back. But I do kind of...
I mean, he literally looks like he looks like he's out of a fucking, what's it called? Like, I think you should leave sketch. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? I don't fucking understand. I got my shirt. I couldn't get the shirts from Dan Flashes, so I got this pocket square.
I have to piggyback on what Amy said there. Yeah, I remember back Choose or Lose and Rock the Vote and all those sort of things. They do like to use, the Democrats in particular are good at using things like this to, I guess, try to get their message out to the youth. But I mean, when you consider the fact that we're not closing the southern border and we're having COVID surges in Texas, it's kind of like, what exactly are we trying to accomplish here? Like, yeah, we want to get young people vaccinated, but, we have a porous border that's allowing people that are coming in sick, that's causing a large surge, a massive surge. One of the biggest states as far as, gaining new COVID cases in the United States is the state of Texas.
I can't pay attention to anything this guy is saying. This is an unserious person. This article sucks. It's like, sorry. I can't. I can't do Newsmax, man. It's hard. These guys are fucking losers. Mexico's about to catch up to the U.S. in vaccinations. You racist fuck. Who is this
baby-faced mullet man Turkish McGever?
Like, people are mad that, like, undocumented immigrants are coming over the border and, like, they're unvaccinated or whatever. Okay, if they're unvaccinated, then get them vaccinated. I'm pretty sure they'll take it. How about this, dude? They come over, and if they don't want to get vaccinated, then sorry, GG's. You know what I mean? You have to have a medical reason. But other than that, like, you have to get vaccinated. I'm sure, like, some liberals will get mad at me for saying this. Be like, oh, conditional amnesty? That's fucking bullshit. It's like, nah. You come to America. That's perfectly fine. Okay? Get vaccinated first. We will vaccinate you, and then you're fine. If you don't want to be vaccinated, then sorry. Doors closed. First of all, most of those dudes and ladies would love that, okay? They would absolutely love that. Like, they want to get vaccinated. Fake outrage over immigrants and COVID. Dude, chat is adapting. Look at these guys. They're like, they're coming in here
Shouts out to
with
all the
new
Time
ways
Allen
to send me
cowboys in the
links
chat.
without actually
Hassle.
subscribing. Dude, you have to subscribe going forward if you want to send me a link, or else I'm not going to click on it.
Migrant.
Okay?
As high.
Just kidding. I don't really give a shit.
Many infected with COVID, they're pouring across in record numbers. Joe's not doing a darn thing about it. The overall estimated mortality rate for corona is less than 1%. Okay, pretty low.
COVID cases among migrants in the Rio Grande Valley are up 900%. The risk to the average person does remain quite low. And the facts are actually pretty reassuring.
The massive flow of COVID positive foreign nationals illegally across our southern border. The survival rate post-infection with COVID is over 99%. The vast majority of Americans face no risk.
Your administration isn't even testing illegals for COVID. You're literally shipping them into the interior of the United States.
It doesn't make sense. Like, do they believe vaccines are good or are they bad? Do they believe COVID is bad? I mean, they're just straight up. I've talked about this already, and I'm glad that like the Daily Show made a compilation of it, because I have mentioned multiple times that they literally are just saying like it's bad when immigrants are unvaccinated. It's good when the hogs aren't not vaccinated, but it's bad when the immigrants are unvaccinated. It's like, makes no sense.
All the talk about coronavirus being so much more deadly doesn't reflect reality.
Hundreds of thousands of unvaccinated migrants into the country. I'm not afraid of the coronavirus, and no one else should be that afraid either.
The administration is waving tens of thousands of migrants through the border without any care for COVID. I got the vaccine. In certain ways, I think it's like if I could give it back.
Interesting. If you search COVID prayers right now on Facebook posts, the sheer amount of posts is crazy. Calling all my prayer warriors. Me and my wife Lisa were diagnosed COVID positive last Tuesday. I mean, this is a little fucked up. I'm so glad I don't live in St. Louis City or country anymore. I can't believe that they're going back to mask mandates again. I have not worn a mask during all this, and I refuse to wear a face diaper now. Attention, do not knock on this door to talk about the vaccine. I feel conflicted about this. False oxygen is down to 88, headed to the ER now. Proud super straight. Today, no mask, no entry. Tomorrow, no vaccine, no job. Someday soon, no microchip, no rights. Praying warriors, my brother's back in the hospital. They're intubating him. Dude, honestly, like, this is a little too much. I don't want to look through, like, I don't know. I feel a little bit weird. Like, it's not like these are, like, public accounts. You know what I mean? These are, like, regular fucking hogs in the wild. You know what I mean? Like, I see these people more so as victims. When we get down to the nitty gritty, like I know I talk a big game, but like I would still wish these people got vaccinated. You know what I mean? I mean, but yeah, this chatter is right. It almost feels like reading someone's fucking suicide note. You know what I mean? It's like reading through future dead people's lives. Chud's using dog dewormer to treat COVID now. Yeah. you did say they could just die. I agree. But part of the reason why I do that is because it's agitprop. I want there to be, you happy as hell he didn't make it because it makes you look smart? No, I don't care about that, you fucking idiot. It's such a weird reason to sell. It's just pure projection. You are such a fucking idiot that a moment that you ever unironically arrive at the truth and you think you look smart as a consequence of that is like a moment of celebration, no matter how fucking awful the problems that it causes are. Part of the reason why I shit on anti-vaxxers and like make fun of them is because I want to get them to at least be motivated by the primal fear that they will let me laugh at them in the end. You know what I mean? They won't be able to do anything about it. And I'll laugh at them dying. So that maybe like they'll just go and get motivated to get vaccinated because they're like, I don't want to let this motherfucker laugh at me when I die. You see what I'm saying? It's a bit much. And it's like his son is in the hospital with COVID. Like this guy's, I want to ask for my prayers for my son. He's in the hospital with COVID pneumonia is what they said this morning. Please say a prayer for him. Let him get it back to home to his pregnant wife and his 2 beautiful girls. Like this shit's sad, dude. It's sad as fuck. I mean, you know what I mean? These people have fucking lives and shit. Welcome to the new normal, but is it really new? Show me your papers. History repeats itself. This is only the beginning.
Her doing the Lord's work educating the baby
I don't know.
leftist sexo.
My brother Daniel Howard Johnson lost his fight with COVID today. We really appreciate all the faith and prayers last week. Danny was our big brother of 9.
1.5 months PogU at
Follow the science. This will make me immune, right? No, you can still get COVID. Will I have to keep wearing a mask? Yes. If this harms me, is the manufacturer liable? No. So why did I do this? No idea. I'm just following orders. Cases, hospitalizations, deaths, totalitarianism. Bots? Basketball AF Groiper account. Yeah, I don't know if that guy is a fucking lib, dude. It's fake. He got debunked. It's a 4chan troll account. Yeah, that makes sense. They surround themselves with this conspiracy echo chamber, then they're in their deathbed and people they decide to trust over doctors and their replies telling them to take zinc. What? It's a little lengthy. Take the time. I've been in the hospital for 2 days. I'm so grateful for the Cock County hospital staff. I'm feeling somewhat better. I'm still very sick, but I thank God I can breath. I came in smothering with my oxygen in the low 80s. So now you want fucking doctors to save you, huh? Dumb fuck. Dude, Facebook is so fucking garbage. I don't want to look at this. It's like bumming me out. I don't care about this either. Oh, what the fuck is this? Fox News poll finds Democrats favor socialism over capitalism. What the fuck?
A brand new whistleblower report. American Express, you know that card in your pocket, is teaching employees capitalism is racist as part of its critical race theory training. Is this a joke? An investigation reveals Amex's anti-racism initiative instructing white people to identify the privileges and advantages you have and don't speak over members of the Black and American community. Let's bring in Vivek Ramaswamy. He's the author of a brand new book, which is fantastic, called Woke Inc. It comes out next Tuesday. Vivek, are you stunned by this? Think about this. A credit card tries to entice you to shop. Now they want to make you feel bad about it.
Well, look, big business has figured out that they can actually make money by critiquing themselves, Brian. And at first it looks like masochism, but actually if you look more closely, it is a way that these guys deter regulatory scrutiny. Because American Express in particular has been under federal investigation for the last year for rampantly duping small businesses across this country. The Wall Street Journal has reported pretty extensively.
I just want them to like accidentally arrive at like a good, solid, consistent anti-corporate stance. Like, can we do that? Can we get there? Nope, of course not. They're still going to defend like tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations. They're still going to fucking shit all over like welfare programs. They're still going to shit all over labor unions and stuff. It's just not going to happen. You know what I mean? But just for a brief moment, if they were like, yo, maybe these corporations aren't all that great.
Extensively on it. And so they figure regulators tend to be liberal. Why not deter them by projecting our woke values and professing anti-racism instead? The financial services industry does this all the time. Goldman does it, JP Morgan does it, American Express does it. And I'm sorry to say a lot of the time it actually ends up working, but it's particularly ironic for a credit card company that caters to ultra rich people to be ultimately criticizing the very capitalist structure that allows people to.
He's right, though. Big business pretends to be more leftist than they are all the time to sell product. Yeah, no shit. So does the Democratic Party, by the way.
To create wealth for themselves. It's actually funny, Brian. Their flagship product is a black card. But the black card isn't for black people. It's for people who spend millions of dollars per year. What better company to criticize capitalism as racist than American Express?
I would think you should be teaching capitalism and how to get that black card, be eligible for that black card would be the message you would
Let's
think.
talk about that.
Yeah, Khalil.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Khalil Muhammad is the great-grandson of Nation of Islam Elijah Muhammad, famously where Muhammad...
They're so bad at jokes, dude. Just stick to what you're good at, which is like coming up with psychotic conspiracies, okay? The moment that these motherfuckers try to make a joke, is like, hey, it's called the black card, but it's not for black people. Oh,
This
wow,
makes
dude.
sense.
That was so
My
fucking
wife
good.
used to work at American Express and was taught to give more
That was,
credit
you
cards and
fucking
better
nailed
loans
that,
to white
dude.
peeps
You
over black
nailed that.
people. She quit right away.
Ali, Malcolm X, followed them. He argued in a speech to Amex that for Amex to reduce its standards for black customers and sacrifice profits for race-based reparations.
Yeah, well, look, I think that this is exactly the playbook of ultimately projecting these woke values. They don't mean it. They're not authentic about it at all. And I actually think what you're seeing at a lot of these companies, Brian, has crossed the line to become downright illegal.
I mean, they're right. These companies don't care. They only care about the profit motive. And a lot of these companies believe that they can make money this way. And that's it. Okay? So they believe that they can make money by fucking guilt-tripping liberals. If they believe that they could make money by, like, vilifying black people, they would continue doing so. Black people have more purchasing power now. And white liberals love feeling guilty and also, wanting to feel like they're doing something good. The same mentality as like Tom's shoes, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm buying a pair of fucking dog shit shoes at a massive markup made by like fucking slave labor, okay? But also, some child in Africa is gonna get a shoe too. Like, bitch, that kid in Africa already has a shoe. He needs water. Like clean drinking water. That kid doesn't need a fucking shoe, you racist. Did you guys know that? That's one of the funniest things about Tom's is that like it literally is it relies on like an incredibly uneducated view of like how kids in Africa are. Where it's like it's not about like they don't need shoes, bro. They need fucking clean water. And it was also just used as a marketing technique.
Yes, sir.
These two idiots calling black Israelites liberals? I don't know what you mean, brother. They're black. Black equals liberal, don't you know? That's why it's always funny whenever they're like, what about Louis Farrakhan, huh? Like, yeah, what about him, dude? What, you think he's a fucking liberal? Are you insane?
Is me, and she goes, hey, he's kind of...
Wait, what the fuck is this? Wait, what video is this?
Let's imagine you open up a dating app, and a woman sees...
What the fuck is... What? I guess I go on the internet sometimes and blam, turn on my camera, then zoop zoop. I speak in my mind about politics and it's really fun. Tim, 33, the Fed's becoming a political tool of the Democratic Party and the woke far left.
A picture of two guys. She sees me and she goes, hey, he's kind of cute or whatever, I'll swipe on him. So then she hits up me, or I actually, in all reality, in dating apps, the guy hits up the lady. So I message like, hey, let's go out for a drink. Afterwards, we get a drink. It's like, what do you want to do?
Wait, is this a real video? No, right? Someone made this video after.
Well, I own my own house. I got my own car. Actually, I got a van. I got a van. You want to go off into the wilderness and go hiking for a week?
Hold up. Rewind a little bit.
Where is this video? I have to watch this right now. Is it Tim Pool critique vid? It's from Timbah's video about how Tim Pool's a piece of shit. I have to watch this video. Link it to me right now. Timbah on toast. New vid on my YouTube channel is an analysis of the way center-left journalists like Tim Pool reports the news. We're watching this shit, dude. Oh, what is this? Tim Pool, chaotic news analyst? Center-left Omega Lol? I'm watching it. We're watching this fucking Tim Pool video.
You know what? I'm someone who gets a lot of news from YouTube. It's not because it's a particularly good place to get it. It's more because YouTube...
I don't even care if this dude thinks Tim Pool is center-left. Because it'll still be fucking fun if it's a compilation of Tim Pool stuff.
...loads up really quick on my phone while I'm making my spaghetti. Oftentimes, I'm not even interested in the videos I click on. I just need the background noise so I don't get bored with the droning ambience of real life. But ultimately, I do end up listening to a lot of YouTube news commentary, pretty much every day, if I'm being honest. At a glance, there's a similar vibe to what all the news commentary channels do. But reporting the news is probably the least important part of their appeal, if you know what I mean. When I think of why someone might be watching YouTube guys who do news instead of TV news, I'm thinking they're probably looking for a specific political angle, or a mix of comedy with their delivery of the news, or maybe they
He doesn't think he's center-left, he's just playing on what Pool calls himself, then tears down that moniker. All right, let's
just want to hear about stories which are too dumb to be featured in proper news. But I'd say it's usually not accuracy of reporting that brings us here. It's rather that these...
Felix makes fun of me for saying that she's hot. Peterman.
YouTube talking heads offer a different viewing experience that corporate news channels just can't compete with.
Who is she? She's a fascist. She's like a Canadian reactionary psycho. Lauren Chen is good looking until she talks. R.I.P. I've never heard her talk.
In the case, my curiosity was immediately sparked in 2017 when I first caught wind of a YouTube news guy who was a literal journalist, a person who staked his core appeal on just honestly reporting the news.
I am a professional journalist, and I produce journalism. I do technology innovation in journalism, and I produce social commentary. I believe in trying...
At least no matter what I do, okay? At least no matter what I do, I don't feed you that garbage, okay? I tell you exactly what I do. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking himbo. I like to have fun. I do commentary. What I do is not journalism, okay? I do commentary. I have my own biases. I admit what those biases are. And I tell you that, like, I'm, in a lot of instances, literally, quite literally doing agitative propaganda to show you how the system is designed to make you subjugated, or how the system is designed to put you in a certain place. Okay? Like, I think it's fucking so dumb to just be like, I'm a journalist. I'm doing objective journalism. Because, like, you're doing that over a clip of you literally talking about, like, how millennial women are outspending their boyfriends. Like, oh, really? You're doing objective journalism by, like, reacting to articles that you fucking half read? While doing the Jimmy Dore defense? This is not a defense. This is just the reality. Like, there is no defense here. I have always accurately told you exactly what I do.
Trying to be as honest as possible, because we're never going to solve the world's problems by trying to trick other people, right? It's just never going to happen.
I just try to be honest. You'll watch my videos, you'll see I frequently talk about very similar things, but I try to source everything to the best of my ability, and I try to generally be honest.
Tim Pool is a center-left liberal reporter who got his break live streaming the Occupy Wall Street movement in 2011.
Okay, he's not, but
11, then worked for Vice leading up to 2014, and eventually found his home on YouTube doing political commentary from 2015.
I don't know why. Is that a Catalan flag?
Onwards. In terms of work rate,
Like a Catalan independence flag?
he is a machine, uploading upwards of 3 videos to 3 different channels every day, one of which takes the form of a long-form podcast where he's shooting the shit for 2 to 4 hours. If I were to pinpoint just one unique selling point of Tim's content, it would probably be his razor-sharp commentary, which pushes back on the sensationalism, spin, and partisanship of the mainstream media.
I counter the narrative from mainstream media. Why? Because I'm a liberal who doesn't trust the mainstream media to always be honest. What ends up happening is I do digging on my own, and I produce content that I see as being more balanced and fair. Whether or not what I do can become something as big as like a mainstream outlet, I have no idea. But I would say right now we're on a path towards something better.
Tim is ostensibly pretty upfront. He doesn't claim to be an unbiased objective source, but rather prides himself on being a liberal with integrity, who will call things as he sees them and be honest with.
Chad, I think he's setting it up. This guy, Timbah on Toast, I think he's like setting up the argument that Tim Pool makes for himself so that he could shoot it down. Some of you have probably seen this video. I have not, so I'm just, letting people know that that is the case.
With his viewers. The goal Tim ultimately strives for is giving his viewers a more nuanced and honest perspective of world events, which I think we can all agree is sorely needed in a time where polarizing narratives are tearing everyone apart. But regarding the extent to which Tim's commentary actually achieves that goal, that's something I've been meaning to look into for a while now. For the last few years, I've been noticing that although Tim is a centre-left liberal journalist, his audience is full of people who are politically pretty far right. Some of them appear to be of the Facebook boomer variety, typing emotional posts in capital letters about how much they love Donald Trump. Others are grandstanding defenders of America against communism and China, and a bunch of them appear to be into the QAnon conspiracy theory, typing out the acronym for the movement's slogan, where we go one, we go all. And a lot of these people have quite extreme political views. In the wake of Trump's electoral defeat at the end of 2020, Tim Pool's comment sections were awash with viewers calling for violent revolution, bloodshed and bullets, all because some right-wing politician didn't get elected. So it seems fair to say that whilst Tim has attempted fair and balanced journalism, he's produced some pretty unbalanced results in the kinds of people he's appealing to. And in this video, I'd like to examine why that might be. We're going to have a look at Tim Pool's methods of analysis, his presentation of data, and ultimately we'll end up with an answer to the question, how has Tim Pool's journalism resulted in the consolidation of...
Didn't he work for Vice? Doesn't that track? I mean, dude, one of the fucking founders of Vice, Gavin, what's his face, McGinnis, is a literal fucking white supremacist and the leader of the, or the founder of the Proud Boys. So, yes, Vice doesn't necessarily have the best track record. There's a lot of sweaty fucking Brooklyn hipsters that literally go, hey, you know what? I was fashionably liberal when it was liberal, and, I did all the liberal things. And now I'm going to be fashionably conservative because, the alt-right was very successful at captivating a lot of people and making them think that, like, literally regurgitating things that your dumbass racist grandfather says was actually somehow subversive or disruptive. Okay? That's it. What did Noah B say?
of an audience who are rife with political extremism.
Fuck you!
Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Tim Pool, chaotic news analyst, dude.
First up, I want to take a look at the typical anatomy of a Tim Pool video, the way he structures his analyses and forms his conclusions. One of the most distinctive...
Gavin is Canadian. They do export their fucking worst, dude. Like, we talk about the Mexican border, but like, goddamn, dude. Like, you know how Donald Trump's like, they're not sending their best. Like, Canada, unironically, never sending its best. If you're coming in here from Canada, you're either the best person or literally the worst. Nothing in between. I've never met a mid-Canadian. They're either like dope as fuck, okay, Justin Bieber, Drake, like, you know, celebrated artists, great, or just literally bottom of the barrel fucking fascist political commentators like Steven Crowder and Gavin Newsom and fucking Ted Cruz, you know what I mean? It's like why can't you send us some normal people, man? Canada, what the fuck?
Features of Tim's commentary is that typically...
Which one is XQC asking for LSF? I love XQC. Obviously, XQC is going to be in the best category. Same with Iman and shit like that.
He doesn't just give his opinion on a news story and move on. He's usually building a...
Folks, I'm going to interrupt this broadcast for a brief moment to tell you that the Free Britney movement has worked. Breaking news, Jamie Spears has agreed to step down as Britney's conservator. Okay? There it is. Jamie Spears has agreed that it's time to step down as conservator of Britney's estate. He just said so in new legal docs, and he wants to work with the court on an orderly fashion. We'll get to this in a little bit. Did I say Gavin Newsom? I meant Gavin McGinnis. Hawk! And then he lowers the boom. Nevertheless, there are in fact no actual grounds for suspending or removing Mr. Spears as the conservator of the estate, and it is highly debatable whether a change of the conservator at this time would be in Mr. Spears' best interest. And then he lowers the boom. Nevertheless, even as Mr. Spears is unremitting target of unjustifiable attacks, he does not believe that a public battle with his daughter over his continuing service as a conservator would be in her best interest. Dude, he's pulling a Andrew Cuomo. I'm done. I'm done enslaving my daughter. Okay? I know that I subjected her to dehumanizing acts, made her work so that I and the legal team that I put together made millions of dollars, but I do not want her to suffer any further. Today is the day that I stop the conservatorship. You know, to just spare her from a long and complicated battle. I heard Jamie Spears gave up the conservatorship. He did. He gave up the conservatorship because he's a coward. Unlike me, I never give up on the top of the hour ad breaks. Okay? I don't. Only cowards quit. Okay? And I'm not a fucking quitter. Which is precisely why I will not quit, and I will tell you that it's top of the fucking hour, baby. And it's time for that sweet, sweet ad break coming in right now. I'm going to look into this conservatorship thing a little bit further. Like, I don't know what that means.
Thank you so much for everything.
I don't know what, like, is there going to be a different one now that Jamie Spears is stepping down, all that stuff? But hey, listen, we're going to continue with the Tim Pool video by Timbah on Toast. But you can avoid the ads if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, as many of you do. They say, Hasan, how can I have an ad-free broadcasting experience? All you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also use an ad block or a VPN, but Twitch Prime is free. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Nobody asked that. People ask that all the time.
A more complex overview of a given event or scenario by tying multiple news stories together, which sort of layer one on top of the other as the video progresses, eventually culminating in a wider conclusion about politics and society. A good example of Tim's layered news analysis is this video he made in 2018, which was Tim's most highly viewed video around that time. It revolves around a story where a woman was attacked on the subway by a random stranger and subsequently became upset because two men in the same carriage refused to step in and help her. Tim wanted to dig deeper into this story and find out what sociological motivations might be driving the encounter.
I keep hearing stories about men who refuse to intervene to protect women and children, and so I started wondering, is this actually a recurring trend? Is this actually getting worse, where men are no longer going to step in to protect people? And if it is, what's actually causing it?
So Tim asks a question. What is actually causing men to refuse to help people in distress? To explore this, Tim brings up a series of news stories with similar surface level characteristics to the one we heard at the start of the video. One is about a guy who defended a woman from a violent drug dealer and was then prosecuted. Another is about a guy who rescued a woman from an overturned vehicle and got arrested for obstruction. A third story is about a man who was accused of being a kidnapper when he was just trying to help a lost child. And a final story is about a pensioner who was arrested for knifing a burglar. So we have a litany of stories here about men just trying to do something nice for their fellow citizens, but then end up facing horrible consequences as a result of their civic mindedness. At the end of his video, for nuance, Tim brings up a counterexample about a story of one good Samaritan who was actually rewarded for his actions, and then Tim reaches his closing statement.
So there are stories of positive results when someone intervenes to help someone else, but I don't find it unreasonable that people are refusing to step up to defend others. There are just too many stories about people being punished for trying to do something good. In this instance, the two men walking away probably did the safest thing for them. By not defending this woman, they probably saved themselves a huge hassle and potential criminal charges.
So Tim has exposed that there's a logical reason why men aren't helping women and children. It's because there are too many negative news stories about nice guys being shamed and prosecuted. Seems logical. Tim has shown us a prevalent trend which we might otherwise have missed.
So I started looking into other stories, and it turns out there might be a trend, or at least the perception of a trend.
Listen, dude. Tim Pool be like, data is the plural of anecdote. He's just like, dude, this is... Anytime you see someone literally pulling like singular anecdotes and then never tie it back to like larger systemic problems that have been absolutely identified with studies and whatnot, you just gotta know, like, they're making a fucking advocacy for a certain point, okay? I do it too, don't get me wrong. Like, I look at fucking anecdotes all the time. I look at like psycho-conservatives, Karens, all manner of different things. But then I will usually, oftentimes, tie it back to a systemic problem like misinformation and how like anti-vax or conspiracies spread or some shit like that, and what the damaging consequences of such things are. Tim Pool just does that for old boomer shit. Like, this is his, this is the vibe. Like, he just does that, and then he also makes it seem like he's actually conducting research.
Of those who seek to help others being punished for doing so.
Let's take a closer look at this trend. The first thing you might notice when you look into the background of the articles Tim's presenting is that they're extremely far dispersed, both in geography and chronology. One of the stories Tim presented is from Coventry, UK and happened in March 2014. Another came from Australia and happened in October of the same year. Another happened 3 whole years later in Florida, USA. And a final few occurred in 2018 in Georgia and London. If these news stories were a trend, we'd expect to see them coming thick and fast around a similar time, but they're actually incredibly sporadic. Tim's argument also hinges on these stories adding to a global narrative, but some of them, like the Georgia one, weren't even reported in the mainstream press. Compare this to the many stories you can find in 2018 alone, that's the year Tim recorded his video, where men were saving people's lives and were celebrated as heroes. There's loads of them, all occurring in the time frame when Tim was making his video. The problem with Tim's argument is that it revolves around the notion that this incredibly dispersed, sporadic handful of data points from America...
It's dumb as fuck. The counter to that is also like, still anecdotes. I don't even fully understand what point he's trying to make, right? I guess it's always like pussification of America or something, like, or the world, like whatever the fuck it is. It's just like, it's just loosely tied together. with like shoestring to make this like to make the same exact fucking point that like every other grandfather before Tim has made. And that's precisely why his audience is like predominantly older dudes that are reactionary, that like found themselves watching, you know, Epoch Times and shit on YouTube, and then they stumble across Tim Pool.
In Australia is having a significant impact on the behavior of 2 London guys in the subway in 2018. It's illogical. Have you heard of Occam's razor? The most likely explanation is usually the one which is most simple. Here's something which we know to be objectively, uncontroversially true. Violent confrontations are scary for the vast majority of people. Most people prefer to keep their heads down and stay out of altercations because it's easier to walk away. Apathy and fear serve as sufficient enough explanations for these behavioral patterns. You don't need a complex theory about media trends and the effect they're having on the male ego because you're observing behavior which is completely ordinary. So, whilst at a glance Tim's video might seem like a robust journalistic analysis of a situation, when you dig deeper, it's actually a case of extremely misguided wishful thinking, based on a handful of data points that seem more prevalent than they actually are, only by virtue of the fact that Tim spends so long talking about them. Tim's commentary in this video actually has the effect of pushing the—
I can't believe we're 9 minutes into a Tim Pool video, and he has not once—
Love you, Hasan.
Not
You're
once
a wonderful inspiration. Keep up the
mentioned
amazing work.
how bald he is, and how him consistently wearing a beanie, even when it's like 100 degrees weather, implies indecency. All I'm gonna say. Okay. Now, I wear a hat too.
Shaved
But at
Hasan,
least I
see
should
your
have the
boy
decency to
looks
show you my fucking hairline from time to time. You understand? The reason why I wear a hat is because I have my hair is too long and it doesn't look good right now. It's in the fucking middle phase of growth.
The Daily Beast article on him is wild.
Adult Kalu, top of his head like a Lego guy.
the viewer away from the common sense explanation they could come to in their own minds that humans are generally scared of conflict, towards an irrational explanation that human behavior is being entirely predetermined by obscure media stories that they most likely haven't read from world territories that they most likely don't live in. Let's look at Tim building an argument in a different context, this time in the realm of American politics. In this video Tim did in 2018, he investigates whether the Democratic Party are purposefully destroying the economy in order to spite Donald Trump. Here's what Tim offers up to his viewers for consideration. 1. Conservative commentator Ben Shapiro said that Democrats would damage the economy and blame it on Donald Trump.
It was Ben Shapiro on Fox News. He said that if Democrats take control of the House, they will try their best to damage the economy.
I love being a centrist in like exclusively using right-wing rhetoric, exclusively using right-wing points of view, which I fucking platform without any sort of like criticism or skepticism. And then using the main sources of, you know, famous reactionaries like Ben Shapiro. I love being a centrist liberal and doing such things. I just happen to always agree with the right wing, always consistently overemphasize how damaging the extreme left is. You know, love doing a center-left attitude like that. I mean, technically, I guess he is a Democrat. Because that is kind of what fucking Democrats do. Even though he is shitting on Nancy Pelosi here. Nancy Pelosi, ironically, is like the queen of doing exactly what fucking Tim Pool does on a regular basis. Regularly adopting the Republican attitude, whether it be fucking abolishing student loan debt, you know, or passing PogU, for example. Constantly talking about the fucking debt when it comes to, of course, not military spending, don't be crazy, but constantly talking about that when it comes to social safety nets. And then routinely shitting on the extremists within the party. So, you know, Tim Pool and Nancy Pelosi, not very different from one another. So, I guess maybe Tim Pool is a Democrat.
So they can blame it on Trump.
2. Popular talk show host Bill Maher said the phrase, "bring on the recession" during his TV show.
Bill Maher even said, "bring on the recession." And this gets—
I'm of course kidding. And the reason for why I'm kidding is because, like, there is at least something that the Democrats don't do, which is, like, they don't really take the bait and like regularly try to drum up, you know, anti-black or anti-marginalized community style propaganda. Like, they don't engage in racial agitprop, right? Tim Pool, of course, does that as well, which makes him a Republican, because the difference between Tim Pool or the difference between Democrats and Republicans is literally that. Like, where do they stand on racial issues and social issues? Tim Pool claims that he's like, left wing when it comes to social progress, but ultimately he keeps, for some weird reason, getting on the other side of the political argument. Just always remember that the main difference between liberals and conservatives in the United States of America is where they land on social issues for the most part, because in a lot of instances, they certainly agree on, austerity measures, not really giving the working class too much so they can continue to work in these like shit fucking dead end jobs that they're forced to work at those shitty jobs. You don't vote for me, you ain't black. Who said that? This is proof that Jim Crow Joe is more racist than the Republican Party. You're right. When Jim Crow Joe was pushing the crime bill, and by the way, I think Joe Biden definitely is a fucking monster and did horrible racist things that absolutely hurt the black and brown communities in this country. But so if you think that like Joe Biden, if you think that I'm going to defend Joe Biden, you're delusional. But having said that, you know what the Republicans were doing back then? They were literally just like straight up running Willie Horton ads and saying that, black people are inherently violent and shit. So pretty sure that, Joe Biden and the centrist constantly, endlessly fucking conceding Democrats were technically conceding to the reactionary forces at the time when they decided to criminalize being black.
Me worried that the Democrats actually do want to cause economic damage so they can blame Trump and then try and win in 2020.
3. Democratic House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi said Democrats are going to implement whatever economic policies they want, and American voters will have to deal with the collateral damage.
House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi said American voters will simply have to deal with the collateral damage that comes their way if Democrats craft economic policies in the years ahead.
Then we get to our conclusion.
Whether or not either side is telling the truth or not, one side is doomsaying and one side is cheering. I can only imagine this is bad for Democrats, whether it's true or not.
So maybe it's true that Democrats are willfully tanking the economy, maybe it's not. But whatever the truth is, says Tim, Democrats are making themselves look bad. Let's go back over the evidence. We've got Ben Shapiro speaking on Fox News and Bill Maher making comments during a late night talk show. What utility do these events serve for drawing robust conclusions about economic policy? Well, very little, because these people are what economists would refer to as TV entertainers. They don't write policy, they're not part of the government, and they are actually inclined towards saying exaggerated hyperbolic stuff as part of their jobs. I mean, Bill Maher's comment was literally greeted by laughter from a live studio audience.
One way you get rid of Trump.
Okay, I wouldn't go so far as to say he's entertaining, okay? The name of his profession might be entertainer, but I wouldn't say Bill Maher is entertaining.
Is a crashing economy, so please bring on the recession. Sorry if that hurts people, but...
This quote by Bill Maher is brought up not just once, but multiple times as Tim develops his monologue.
Bill
back
Maher
to
even
Major
said,
Melon
"Bring on the
Mountain Dew
recession."
Zero Sugar,
when
baby.
we look at statements from, say, Bill Maher, where he wishes for a recession. Look, I actually like Bill Maher, I do. But he said, bring on the recession. Bill Maher, on his show, wished for a recession for no reason other than to depose Donald Trump. Look, Bill Maher said, bring on the recession. He's now saying, yeah, but look, Trump is a bad person.
Dude, this is the exact same shit that conservatives claim liberals do all the goddamn time, and some liberals do that, actually, where, they like hyper-focus on, like, one thing out of context or something. In most instances, though, Republicans are literally doing, like, racist shit or saying racist stuff. But they love Republicans and reactionaries in general. Conservatives love taking like any random fucking statement and just blowing it fucking up as much as they can, like over and over again, repeating it over and over again, and then mercilessly fucking wagging their finger like, I can't believe you said that. I can't believe you made this joke. First of all, yes, Bill Maher is dog shit. That statement is dog shit. He's trying to make a joke, And that joke, unironically, absolutely fucking implies, or rather, shows his privilege. That's it. No offense to Sam, but you do shit like this all the time. Totally, dude. It's fucking annoying. Like, you're literally just wagging your fucking finger at a person who is an out-of-touch liberal to try to make, like, a larger point when you literally are on the fucking reactionary side of the argument. These people don't care. They do not care. Most of these people that are supposedly on your side do not give a fuck about the working class. They're just adopting the aesthetics of the working class exclusively so they can, like, make these arguments and wag the fucking finger at the Democratic Party. And anyone who keeps jumping on that bandwagon is so fucking frustrating.
Person, we can survive a recession. He's still calling for a recession. And you have the left going, bring on the recession.
We hear this.
Yeah, the left. The prominent leftist Bill Maher, dude. Why did you say you like Bill Maher in the beginning? I like Bill Maher, but he said this. Yeah, you like Bill Maher because he's not a fucking leftist. He's just as much an out-of-touch, delusional fucking centrist, which is unironically oftentimes center-right, neoliberal like you are. That's it.
Same polemic being repeated by Tim over and over again. Bill Maher said bring on the recession. He hates...
I just watched this laugh at all you libtard idiots. Says Mike Hawk itch too much. You should get that checked out, Mike.
Trump. He's calling for a recession because he doesn't like Trump. He said bring on...
Why do you call yourself center when you're so obviously left? The only center I'm hitting is the center of your mother's pussy, motherfucker. When the fuck have I ever said I'm a centrist in any way, you dumb fuck? What do you mean? I've literally never said that I'm a centrist. I'm a democratic socialist, you fucking moron. Just because I hate the Democratic Party does not mean that I'm, like, you know, in the center. I hate the Democratic Party for literally being in the center rather than being on the left.
On the recession, did you hear him say that, everyone? The statement loses all informational value after the...
I'm centered to where the bitches are at. True.
First time we hear it, but through repetition, it gains a kind of rhetorical value. Interestingly enough, this is a rhetorical tool which we would most frequently associate with politicians trying to land talking points in people's minds when they're giving speeches. And it's interesting to see Tim employing the same devices in his reporting, because they are, in many ways, at odds with his aim of straight-talking, fact-based journalism. But Tim Pool's rhetoric is such an interesting can of worms that it's going to have to be a topic for another video. The final piece of information Tim reports to his audience is a quote from Nancy Pelosi, who says that the Democrats are not afraid to push economic policies based on climate change, which will cause collateral damage to American voters and the economy.
For me, I'm like, yeah, I get it, right? If Nancy Pelosi wants to enact environmental regulations and it's going to cause damage to the economy, I understand why that is bad. I understand why people are not going to vote for Democrats because of that.
Tim is getting his information from this article, which appeared in the Washington Times.
Oh, dude, unbiased. I love getting my sources from unbiased places like the Washington fucking Times, dude. Guys, I'm reading this new newspaper. Okay, it's called The Daily Stormer. I think you know, they named it after like a storm or something. I don't know. Liberals keep saying it's a Nazi paper. I don't really get it. I mean, it's just like they like the weather. Okay, I'm just curious. Okay, and you know, they're saying that Nancy Pelosi is demonic and Jewish. You know, it's just a thing that they're saying in my unbiased paper called The Daily Stormer.
A religious conservative newspaper. The publication frames Pelosi's quote as if she's directly advocating for climate change policies which go against the interests of American voters.
You shouldn't exclude them from the marketplace of ideas? Suck my dick, dude. Me offering additional context to the Washington Times and how much of a fucking reactionary rag it is not excluding them from the marketplace of ideas. You dumb moron. You dumb, baboon-brained moron, dude. Fuck.
If you look at Pelosi's quote in full context, that reading seems incomplete.
Remember that what we said was we wanted to pass an overwhelming number of jobs in order to protect all of our society. I mean, this is about prosperity. So anyway, I think that we owe the American people to be there for them, for their financial security, respecting the dignity and worth of every person in our country. And if there's some collateral damage for some others who do not share our view, well, so be it, but it shouldn't be our original purpose.
In this quote, Pelosi is specifically talking about creating jobs and boosting the American economy. So the assertion that she's expressing a desire to sacrifice those things at the altar of climate change seems odd. We can zoom out further to the bit that comes before this, where Pelosi sets up a dichotomy between special interest groups and ordinary American people, and it quickly becomes apparent that the collateral damage Pelosi is referring to is the special interest groups.
And so we think with public opinion that the idea that people's voices are just as strong as anyone else's and that special interests do not override the public interest. We owe the American people to be there for them. And if there's some collateral damage for some others who do not share our view, well, so be it.
Much of this quote's meaning is lost in Tim Pool's video because Tim uniquely processes it through the selective framing he's been given by the Washington Times.
Why should I vote for a Democrat?
Wait, so when she was talking about collateral damage, she was referencing special interest groups and like the wealthy? I didn't even know this, like, dude, this is part of the fucking echo chamber argument, right? Where it's like, I didn't even know that Nancy Pelosi had said this. I don't even like Nancy Pelosi, but it of course makes sense that she would say something like this. That's the difference between Democrats and Republicans. They offer lip service to the working class, even if they don't have the energy or the interest to like follow through on that lip service. They offer lip service to marginalized identities instead of using racial agitative propaganda as their main motivator, as their main guiding principle. Okay? So, of course, this is just a reactionary rag that is doing that same kind of propaganda. Move the goalposts harder. My favorite kind of chatter is the one that says you're moving the goalposts because they just do not understand nuance. They do not understand context. They do not know what my position is on any of these issues whatsoever. You are too stupid. If you're too stupid to contextualize what I'm saying, then I would just keep my mouth shut. It is literally $0 to keep it shut.
10 months, hooray.
You could have seen this coming from space. Ape Grug, what is Brian on about? Your guilt for participating in capitalism is built into the price. Sexist. Oh, never mind. Move the goalposts harder. You're all over the place.
Things are about to get worse. They're doomsaying. I mean, I guess it's all they have.
Tim's analysis gets more and more strange as the video progresses. At a certain point, he admits to not knowing the full context of Nancy Pelosi's quote, but then brushes it off as if it's an insignificant thing for a journalist like himself to be concerned with, and goes into this vivid analysis of all the bad things Democrats might hypothetically do if the quote is as bad as he's imagining it to be.
Look, I don't know exactly what the context was, but if the idea is that, look, we got to help we have to help the environment, oh, it's going to hurt the economy. Yeah.
This is my favorite fucking take, dude. Yo, people do this on the left too, and I get so mad, and it's like, it's always like, listen, I may have misunderstood the context, which is incredibly fucking important in every situation. I personally misunderstood what you were saying, so now I'm just gonna get mad at that shit that I just made up. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Yes, I too like to get mad at a hypothetical situation that did not occur, that I imagine you would behave like in that situation, the hypothetical situation I literally made up in my mind.
Yeah, then they'll go and blame the Republicans for the bad economy. They'll blame, and not just in multiple ways. Not only will they say, oh, it's...
By the way, that's like a chatter move. Like, that's the #1 chatter move.
Republican policy is hurting the economy. They're probably going to say, oh, it's the destruction of the environment that's also hurting the economy.
Tim piles up a series of assertions, each one laying out something devious the Democrats might hypothetically be planning to do in the future, based on, by his own admission, nothing. Because he doesn't know anything about the context of Nancy Pelosi's quote, he doesn't want to go and listen to it in full, he just wants to think his way around these various imaginings he has in his head. Thinking about this as a video maker, I'd say there's an obvious reason why Tim would do this. Throughout the entirety of this monologue, he never actually manages to land on any substantive evidence for the video's central claim, that Democrats are purposefully tanking the economy to spite Donald Trump. If Tim were to look up the full context of Pelosi's quote, but then find it counterproductive to his argument, all he would be left with is showbiz gossip about Bill Maher and Ben Shapiro. Therefore, in order to keep up the intrigue of his content, Tim has to substantiate his argument performatively, conjuring up vivid images of hypothetical evils, seemingly because he doesn't have anything solid to point to in the present.
I can only imagine this is bad for Democrats, whether it's true or not.
Question: what was the point of this video, this 10-minute monologue, if by the end we've still not worked out what is true? That is typically the work of a journalist, right? But here the audience is steered towards a value judgment that things look bad for the Democrats, whilst never actually being presented with the actual—
Guys, stop sending the same like fucking Tim Pool's hat is removed video that we've watched. I love the Ammon animations or whatever, the dude who made that, but please, for the love of Christ, like, I'm not gonna stop a 1 hour fucking video just to watch another 5-minute fucking sketch about Tim Pool's beanie being pulled off his head, and then you see like a literal fucking demon come out of it and stuff. Please, okay? Chatters, you are not spicing up the content. It's already an hour long and it's pretty fucking spicy.
Facts of the situation, the context behind any of the quotes, or any actual government economic
I think I've seen 100
policy.
people link it.
So
since
what can we say about Tim's methods of argumentation, which are essentially the driving force behind his reporting? Well, his layered analysis is often persuasive. He weaves an argumentative thread through various pieces of reporting and arrives at explanations which are ostensibly revelatory, insightful, and pragmatic. But when you break down the evidence he's actually using to substantiate his conclusions, what emerges is the picture of a reporter so infatuated with the notion of uncovering something groundbreaking that he abandons all sense of rationality in his analysis of the facts at hand. We see an over-reliance on disconnected anecdotes, the presentation of showbiz news as a barometer for governmental policy, the calculated repetition of talking points to make up for a lack of substantive information to share, and the performative aggrandizement of circumstantial quotes that Tim hasn't even bothered to do background research on. Tim's argumentative style is compelling, for sure, but incredibly flawed if the desired goal is accurate reporting. However, there's far more to Tim's approach than just a method of argumentation, and we're going to carry on unpacking this as we move into the next section. Something you'll be exposed to fairly often if you watch Tim Pool's channel is studies. Sometimes academic, sometimes survey focused, sometimes theoretical pieces. Tim will often dedicate entire videos to going over research, pulling out key stats, and informing his viewers what the wider implications are. As a viewer, you're given the impression that Tim is proof-checking his own ideas about the world against scientific data, which lends him a ton more credibility. In 2019, Tim made a video about an academic paper which claimed to show that Democrats were pretending to be upset about Trump as an act of virtue signaling. Let's take a look at how Tim reported the research.
Many Democrats claiming mental distress after Trump election were faking it.
How could you ever find this? Like how could this even be a real study? I really don't understand how this could like ever be like an actual study. It's again one of those things where it's like it seems real, right? It kind of does. You know the type, like, oh man, I had to take off fucking work because like Donald Trump is president, whatever. But like, it's functionally impossible to like measure this, okay? Fake bombshell. Trump admitted it a decade ago. Mother of teenage girl harassed by Planned Parenthood. Like, immediate red flags as a professional journalist. Listen, dude. Like, I don't think Tim Pool's a professional journalist. I think he's a grifter. I think he is not a centrist. I don't think he's center-left. I think he's a right-winger. And I think he does a lot of propaganda for the right-wing party. And he has been able to position himself as a center-left individual exclusively. Like, that's That's his seasoning. That's his spice. That's what sets them apart from the rest of like the reactionaries, right? So, but like there are so many red flags right here in just this fucking screenshot alone that should get you to think like, if this is a news source that you're using to make an argument, like just this fucking screenshot alone, you're like, this is not a journalist, because this is a person who is purposefully avoiding media literacy.
Shaven dude on Azan stream.
What do I always tell you guys? When I look at the New York Times, even when I look at Al Jazeera, when I look at any sort of resource, what do I always tell you? One of the main things that I try to educate people on here at the very least is like proper media literacy, that every single journalistic outlet, whether they're private or state owned, has biases, okay? And you have to match whatever they're reporting with respect to those fucking biases. I tell you this all the time. This is a key component of media literacy, okay? Everybody has their own motivations. Capitalist Western nations have private media companies that still very much will participate in propagandizing the State Department's interests. And there are still plenty of instances where they unironically will try to uphold the capitalist hegemonic thought. It will try to normalize the horrible things that you are experiencing or witnessing. It will try to tell you that any other alternative system is actually bad and wrong. Okay? I will never go to, like, even when I go to Gray Zone, I tell you all the time about, like, you know, it's not the most trustworthy in my opinion. I'm sorry.
Why did you shave
Like, but, you know, we'll analyze the facts as they are. Whereas, like, this guy is just on PJ Media, just like blasting a fucking insane website. And like people that are going in there see these other articles. And even then they're not like, this is kind of suspicious. Like maybe this guy's not a centrist, but that's not his audience anyway. For the three fucking liberals that maybe come into his audience that think they're liberals, but they have like a lot of reactionary points of view that are willing to be red-pilled, there are 1,000 already existing Republicans that come in to be like, yeah, this liberal agrees with me, which must mean I'm right. Tim Pool is doing basically the same thing that the George W. Bush administration, never Trump Republicans, did for liberals. Okay? That's all he's doing. He's making conservatives feel like they're right by claiming that he's a liberal. Just like Candace Owens makes white supremacists like herself, despite the fact that she's a black woman, she is a white supremacist. Candace Owens' sole purpose on this planet now is to make racist people feel comfortable with their racism by regurgitating the same kind of racist ass shit that white people say, or racist white people say rather, in private. Okay? That's it. And that's precisely what Tim Pool is doing.
According to this study, because they are virtue signaling, they call it reverse cheerleading.
How did the study's authors come to this conclusion? Well, they took post-election survey data from Gallup, which asked the Democrats the question, did you experience worry during a lot of the day yesterday? A lot of the Democrats said yes, they did. The researchers interpreted this as Democrats reporting mental decline. They then collected data on how many Democrats were searching the following terms on Bing: anxiety, depression, drugs, stress, suicide, therapy. They found that there was no significant increase in Democrats searching these terms after the election, and thus concluded that Democrats were not actually experiencing poor mental health, and were just saying they were worried as a form of reverse cheerleading, to reflect badly on the president of the opposing party. Obviously, there's quite a big logical leap being made here by the study's authors, which is probably why their article ended up in an open access journal, which typically has lower barriers for entry than traditional academic publications. Regardless, my main interest here is how Tim reports on this study. The first thing to note is that Tim never actually reads the study. He instead chooses to rely on a news article about the study from PJ Media, essentially putting a middleman in between himself and the actual data. This becomes a problem if the middleman is not a reliable messenger. First of all, from reading the PJ Media article, Tim becomes convinced that Democrats are pretending to be seeking therapy.
Why would people pretend to be getting anxiety, stress, and be seeking therapy after Trump won the election? According to this study, because they're virtue signaling. They call it reverse cheerleading.
As we know, there's nothing in this study about Democrats pretending to be seeking therapy. All that happened is they were asked a question, "Are you worried?" And they said, yes. Tim is allowing PJ Media to shape his understanding of the research, and as a result, he's woefully ill-equipped to summarize what was actually being measured. Also, listen to Tim reading out this next passage.
In other words, a person who might describe suffering psychological distress on social media or to their friends, but doesn't search for any type of help or relief is more likely showing a form of reverse cheerleading.
The PJ Media article connects the study's findings to social media, claiming that the same principles observed in post-election surveys can equally be observed on social media platforms. Now, although up top here and down bottom here, PJ Media is directly quoting the study, this passage here concerning social media placed right in the middle is actually the PJ Media journalist's own creative addition, an assertion which is not substantiated by the study's findings. The study's authors never claim that their findings about what people search on Bing can be extended to draw conclusions about what people post on social media. This is what we'd call an overgeneralization, an assertion which exceeds what can be logically concluded from the available information. Unfortunately, as Tim Pool's understanding of the study is entirely shaped by a second-hand media article, he incorrectly informs his viewers that the study reveals a lot about celebrity behavior on social media.
I mean, they're celebrities. Think about how they got to where they are. These like Chelsea Handler, for instance. They just want to join in and make sure they get followers and have fans and make money, when in fact it looks like we have some data to back up the claim. They're pretending to be upset about Trump.
Tim doesn't have any data to back up that claim. This study has nothing to do with the Twitter posts of Chelsea Handler or the behavior of people on social media or anything like that at all. It's about whether or not there's a correlation between political conviction and mental health decline as measured.
Dude, I know Britney is fucking free, dude. Why are you guys coming in here and like constantly spamming this? Like, where are you coming from? Are you in a different area? Like, where it just like comes in bursts? Or like someone in the chat will be like, Britney's free, and then everybody fucking starts like freaking out. Do you guys not want to watch this video? Are you fucking bored of this video? I already covered that Britney is free, okay? I said that I was gonna do it later. Like after I'm done with this. And even then, she's not even fucking free yet. Like, I haven't seen all the details, but just because Jamie Spears stepped down from the conservatorship doesn't mean that like the conservatorship is gone or done. I don't think. So these are things I want to look into before I cover it. And you guys are like fucking losing your mind over this. The conservatorship has not been fucking dissolved, if I'm not mistaken. So please stop. Okay. Oh, so tired.
Measured through the prevalence of search terms on Bing. Herein lies a wider problem that you can observe in many Tim Pool videos. Tim very naively places his trust in journalists to break down the results of studies for him, rather than reading the studies himself, leaving himself vulnerable to making assertions which have nothing to do with the research. In the video, Body Positivity is Making People Fatter, Tim talks about the link between the body positivity movement and the obesity epidemic.
Study finds the body positive movement is probably contributing to the obesity.
Literally, fat shaming is like so many studies have shown that fat shaming unironically contributes to weight gain. Okay? Mental distress, weight gain, overall horrible. Like there are a million fucking studies on. There are a million studies that basically disproves whatever the fuck this study is trying to say, whatever this study is. I don't know if it's true or not. I mean, even though they're like they're not mutually exclusive, but still.
Crisis. You have models who are morbidly obese, and they're saying this is normal and it's beautiful. And so as the body positivity thing kind of expands, yeah, more people are going to underestimate their weight. So is it any surprise to anybody that the body positivity movement may be actually contributing to the obesity crisis?
Looking at the study Tim is referring to, it doesn't in any way investigate a link between the body positivity movement and obesity. The study instead finds that socioeconomic determinants such as how much money an individual makes and how well educated they are greatly increase their likelihood of being obese and underestimating their weight size. What's happened here is that Yahoo Lifestyle, a tabloid site for style, beauty and wellness, has deliberately positioned body positivity as the driving force of their write-up so that they stand a better chance of getting clicks from a lowbrow, casual readership. Notice the use of the hedging term probably in the headline, essentially an admission of there being no scientific
lowbrow readership like Tim Pool and his fucking audience.
Foundation behind the claim being made. The confusing thing is how a professional journalist would be duped by this.
So,
the obesity crisis a fabricated moral panic and causes the poor health it claims to fight. Dude, why do you consist? Moonworse is back, chat. No, that is not a fucking moral panic, dude. No, there is actually a fucking problem with obesity rates in this country. Please stop. Okay? Please fucking stop. That is so dumb, dude. Please, please. God damn it. I'm actually going to ban you eventually because you are unironically spreading misinformation anytime we have a conversation about weight gain, weight loss, anything, you blurt out every single bad radlib fucking take you can about this issue. Also, I promise I'm not a radlib. No, you are. You are a radlib when it comes to fat shit, okay? Like issues that pertain to diets and gaining weight and losing weight. Straight up. Fat phobia radlib. Like, this betrays what you're saying. This poor health causes the poor health betrays what you are saying here. Because the implication of the poor health is that, yes, the obesity crisis as a fabricated moral panic is causing people to be obese. You can't use like obesity as a non-pejorative in the first sentence and then turn around and be like, but it's making people obese, and then imply that like it's bad.
Chat and Hasan,
okay?
Hope you all have a happy and healthy day.
is it any surprise to anybody that the body positivity movement may be actually contributing to the obesity crisis? It's science.
It's science, totally, dude. No, the actual science would show you that, unironically, fat shaming people does not work if the stated goal of fat shaming is to make people lose weight, okay? Fat shaming does the opposite. It's science. What is science? LifestyleYahoo.com.
There's another video where Tim critiques a study analysing Twitter posts following the release of Star Wars The Last Jedi.
Star Wars The Last Jedi Backlash. Academic study reveals 50% of online hate caused by Russian trolls or non-humans. Holy oh my god, you... Oh. Apparently, we're not allowed to be mad at movies for being bad anymore.
Contrary to the headline Tim is reading, the study states it found only 33 accounts which were sock puppets, of which only 16 were Russian. So add that to the figure of the 11 bot accounts that were found, and that's 13% of the negative tweets analysed in total that were Russian trolls or non-humans. Not the 50% alleged in the IndieWire headline. The articles arrived at that 50% stat by combining the data for Russian troll and bot tweets with the far larger number of tweets that were deemed by the study to be politically motivated. So the article has done a sleight of hand here, which essentially amounts to misinformation. However, as Tim hasn't read that study, he has no way of rationally decoding this, and instead he decries the whole thing.
Further fat shaming made me suicidal, not want to lose weight. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. It's like fucking idiotic that people still... It's like doubly idiotic that he is making it seem like that is actually like a successful way to make people lose weight. It's just so stupid. It's not true.
By implying it's all a Hollywood conspiracy to deflect criticism.
I'm not wrong.
Yes, this guy got to debate the CEO of Twitter Because of Joe Rogan, dude.
Wrong? It's the fans who are wrong. Actually, it's not the fans who are wrong. They're all Russian trolls anyway. Because Star Wars is so important to the American economy that the only...
What is the leftist take on fat phobia and obesity epidemic? The real leftist take on fat phobia and obesity epidemic, which is a fucking problem, okay? Obesity is a health condition. It is a genuine, legitimate health problem. It creates some of the most significant health complications that end up killing the most Americans, okay? 1000%. Anyone who tells you otherwise is fucking delusional, okay? I'm sorry. That doesn't mean that, like, anyone who is overweight is unhealthy. But the problems are systemic, okay? We have unhealthy diets, partially caused as a consequence of our agricultural production and the powerful lobbies that dictate the kinds of food that is cheap and readily subsidized by the government that everyone has access to. We have food deserts where people do not have a healthy food option in a fucking 1 mile radius that they can't get to without, like, public transportation, or might not even have public transportation to be able to get to. We have serious issues with the way that American diets are constructed, okay? A lot of which goes back to companies making money and companies operating on the profit motive. Then on the other side, you have a hypersexualized media that wants to constantly fucking make money, that is showing you, this is the physical body that you should be like, that you should look like, which probably puts people in a more deep, more depressive state that definitely does not help with their weight loss if they need to lose weight and pursue a healthy diet, and only pushes them further into a fucking deep, dark hole where they just end up unironically gaining weight.
Impact Papa.
And it's a massive problem with zero fucking good and immediate solutions. So what do liberals do? Well, liberals do the exact same shit that they do for every issue. Homelessness is an issue. Again, caused by capitalism, caused by markets, caused by the privatization of not the privatization, but like just making people trying to make money off of rent-seeking parasitic behavior and denying people shelter unless they pay for it. Okay? It is the commodification of housing that has created homelessness. Because people get priced out of the housing market, even if they have jobs in that neighborhood. What do liberals do as a solution? Just let homeless people build tents, build tent cities, and live in fucking filth and eat trash and just look the other way. That's the liberal solution to homelessness. Okay? The liberal capitalist solution to the obesity epidemic in this country is to just say, no, dude, like, it's actually all right. Like, it's fine that, 60% of the country has comorbidities. Most of it caused by literally being obese. It's actually okay. Well, and that's not even what liberals say, to be honest. But, some do. Like that one person in my chat who is constantly making the worst and dumbest fucking arguments against weight loss. Every sort of issue that we experience that has systemic solutions, that only has systemic solutions, is routinely individualized and put back on the consumer. Climate change is destroying the planet. The top 100 companies are responsible for 70% of the emissions. How do we deal with that? We can't make those companies lower their emissions, okay? We deal with that by making you drink a fucking paper straw and not have a plastic bag anymore when you go to the grocery store. Like, as though that's gonna actually fucking solve the problem. Okay? Anyways, keep going.
The only way the movie could have been bad is that actually it wasn't bad, it was the Russians. That's right. Not only did the Russians want to get Donald Trump elected, apparently the Russians want us all to believe that Star Wars is a bad movie.
Again, we're seeing Tim diving into meandering conjecture when, you know, rationality, logically breaking down the study's findings and why the media got it wrong, that would serve his reporting and analysis far better. But he doesn't appear capable of this level of analysis that involves looking at stats and figures. So instead, we see Tim using theatricality, being performatively frustrated by the notion of the study itself, which just comes across as a way to challenge the study's outcomes whilst compensating for his own lack of intellectual ability. So Tim's audience are unfortunately finding themselves at the tail end of a human centipede, where by the time they consume information, it's been bastardized once by lowbrow media and then bastardized again by Tim Pool. The result is they're given a load of quote-unquote research findings, which are in fact pulled straight out of Tim's own brain, with no basis in the research he's actually presenting. But even in the instances where the media reports the study's findings accurately, Tim often finds a way to bash the square-shaped findings into the small round hole of his own theories. Which means that science has to take a back seat to whatever happens to be going on in Tim's head on that day. Take, for example, this video about women struggling to find suitable marriage partners due to men being undereducated and unemployed.
A new study published in the Journal of Marriage and Family reveals a significant scarcity of such potential male spouses. Interesting. But I have a theory, and it has to do with dating apps. I believe dating apps are the reason why so many young men aren't working, aren't going to school, have no passion, are becoming, incels.
Tim points to dating apps as the reason why there's a scarcity of economically attractive males. This is at odds with the article he's reading, which explains the problem as an economic one, not one tied to developing technologies. Looking at the actual research paper, it spells out that men are increasingly lower educated, lower paid, and women tend not to marry down in terms of those things. There's the whole problem, rationally and clearly explained. Whether the men are on dating apps or out in the wild, they're still not getting those college degrees or well-paid jobs. Nevertheless, Tim pushes on developing his dating apps theory, asserting that dating apps are allowing younger women to find older men, and that's the real problem.
Someone who's 33, who has a career.
Paper straws are biodegradable. Paper straws does take less amount of time to decompose. They're relatively affordable. Arguing against this is idiotic. No, dude, those are incredibly marginal and insignificant fucking actions that are placed upon the consumer, literally shifting the blame over from gigantic mega corporations that are responsible for most of the fucking emissions that are accelerating man-made climate change. Okay? That's the fucking point. You're missing the point by a mile. Okay? I'm not saying like we literally have to have fucking plastic straws, dog. We have to have it. Fuck yo. I'm saying that is a distraction. And not only is that a distraction, it's literally a distraction that the oil lobby created. Okay? It is unironically a fucking tactic that the oil lobby has personally brought up themselves. They're like, hey, you know how we can get the scent off of our asses, dude? By making people feel like they themselves can be personally responsible for this.
Owns his own house. You are now competing with that. On the dating app, women will see that. And guess
also,
what?
paper straws do suck ass, for the record. They do. They absolutely suck. Find a better solution, okay? God damn. Like, I don't know, better biodegradable plastic or something.
A young woman is going to look to a guy who can be like, I can take you out to a fancy dinner, and we can go, we can do whatever we want. And the younger guy who doesn't have any of that. The point is, in the past, that didn't exist.
Right, okay. If you look at census data, you will see that the observable trends are literally the opposite of what Tim is suggesting. Women are increasingly marrying men who are closer in age to themselves. The age gap between married men and women has been decreasing for a long, long time, and dating apps which emerged in 2012 have not done anything to reverse this trend. In fact, it's been shown that people who meet on dating apps are actually closer in age than those who meet offline. So the dating apps breed the exact opposite behaviors to the ones Tim is telling his audience about. Also, I might be a bit off base here, but I get this strange feeling that Tim's dating apps theory might be a bit of a Trojan horse to allow Tim to humbly brag about his own eligibility as a marriage partner.
Let's imagine you open up a dating app and a woman sees a picture of two guys. She sees me and she goes, hey, he's kind of cute, whatever, I'll swipe on him. So then she hits up me, or I actually, in all reality, in dating apps, the guy hits up the lady. So I message like, hey, let's go out for a drink.
Thanks for the
Afterwards,
sanity
we get a
during
drink. It's
WFH.
like, what do you want to do? Well, I own my own.
I didn't miss it. I saw it earlier. It's not from the original video. I was bummed out.
Not done anything to reverse this trend. In fact, it's been shown that people who meet on dating apps are actually closer in age than
Chatters don't realize that we literally watched this video because of that clip. You know that, right?
those who meet offline. So the dating apps breed the exact opposite behaviors to the ones Tim is telling his audience about. Also, I might be a bit off base here, but I get this strange feeling that Tim's dating apps theory might be a bit of a Trojan horse to allow Tim to humbly brag about his own eligibility as a marriage partner.
Let's imagine you open up a dating app and a woman sees a picture of two guys. She sees me and she goes, hey, he's kind of cute, whatever, I'll swipe on him. So then she hits up me, or
no one will do that.
Or I actually, in all reality, in dating apps, the guy hits up the lady. So I message like, hey, let's go out for a drink. Afterwards, we get a drink. It's like, what do you want to do? Well, I own my own house. I got my own car. Actually, I got a van. I got a van. You want to go off into the wilderness and go hiking?
Dude, ladies love when you tell them you got a van. You know what I'm saying? Dude, women cream, dude. They're just like, oh my God, I am so horned up right now. You got a van? Let's make a fucking week-long commitment to spend time in your van. Person I just got a drink with. That's so sick. How is this any different than like the Sigma male dude video that we watched, where the fucking Sigma male dude was like, you know, ladies love when I tell them, you know, I whisper into their ear like, do you want to dance? Tra-la-la. It's like, no, that never happened. Just like no woman is ever like, oh my God, you have a fucking van? Let's literally go on a week-long vacation in your van. I will also not inform my friends and family of where I'm at.
For a week. Look at it this way. If I can offer up somebody who's younger than me a weekend trip to stay in the mountains in my converted recreational vehicle, which has got internet and movies, and we can pop up in the back and stare at the stars while we're playing Netflix, doesn't that sound really, really awesome? It does.
It does. And, you know,
he just made that fantasy up.
The obesity problem is mostly systemic, but negative reinforcement more often than not exacerbates the problem. However frustrating it may be, next time your family members throw out some excuse, think about what will actually help them instead of scoffing.
I have to mention this.
Okay,
There's times when Tim cites data and seems to have no idea what the data means. Like in this video where he confuses political leaning with personality type. Tim defers to this Pew data, which shows that millennial men are fairly evenly split between Republicans and Democrats, whereas millennial women are heavily weighted towards Democrats. Listen to the conclusion Tim draws from this.
But one of the reasons I think women get the brunt of online harassment is their propensity for pushing left-leaning politics. So, according to, I believe it's Pew, millennial women are 63% of millennial women, I think it's 63, or maybe 67, I think. 67, I think. They're Democrats, meaning they hold left-wing political opinions. And millennial men are kind of down the middle. But that means you're going to get a wide, you know, guys are going to be kind of tepid. If they're split evenly, they're kind of tepid. Women are more opinionated, at least according to the stats.
Tim says, according to these stats, men
ain't no party like a
My man is just trying to describe away why he will never be able to get pussy, not realizing that it's because like he says stuff like, hey, I have a van. Would you like to go on a isolated weekend trip in the mountains in my van? I have a van, by the way. It's got the internet on it. Don't worry.
Sag.
are tepid and women are more opinionated. Now, think about that. Let's say there's a load of dots over here representing Democrat millennial women, and there's a load of dots representing the other Republican and Democrat men and women in the survey. What do we know about each individual dot apart from the party they support? Nothing. We don't know anything. Each dot could have literally any personality type. The Pew survey does not measure the intensity of their opinions or...
This is the same attitude when people are like, Hollywood is so liberal. It's like, yeah, maybe when you fucking literally bully and push away like every artist and like queer person, yeah, and then they gravitate towards like living in a fucking liberal safe haven. Yeah, maybe they're gonna all have like, you know, personal opinions that kind of go completely against like Republican ideas. Okay, like you can't literally be like, I'm pro-life, women should not be able to, you know, get an abortion, like you should have no autonomy over your own body, and then go and then be surprised like
very upset with you.
when they're like, yeah, I guess I'm a Democrat. You know what I mean? It's kind of like if you don't subscribe for $5 or for free, you're gonna get a fucking ad at the top of the hour, right? Like, don't be surprised by it. I tell you at the top of every hour that an ad break is coming, right? But if you subscribe, whether it's for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime, then you will no longer see the fucking ads.
My mother
It's that simple. You can also use an ad blocker or a VPN, right?
Because I voted for Joe and because I got vaxxed. Got any advice?
But Twitch Prime is free. Here's the ad break now.
Look in clean.
How likely they are to be loud about their politics. The men on both sides of this line could be super fucking opinionated, and the women over here could be super fucking quiet. You're not gonna be able to work out anything like that from this data. So when Tim says that women are more opinionated,
That women are more opinionated, at least according to the stats.
there is a massive degree of confusion on display here about how stats work. And Tim's inferences get more bizarre as the video goes on.
The point, let me just rephrase. Millennial dude on Twitter, on average, will be kind of middle of the road. Like me.
See, this makes me think that
yeah, he's totally middle of the road.
Tim views this graph as an x-ray of one man's brain, perhaps his own brain, with half the brain being Democrat and the other half being Republican. But that's not what this is. It's an agglomeration of loads of men answering Democrat or Republican on a survey. There's no proof that any of these guys are middle of the road. Again, they could be really extreme or they could be fine. They could have any personality. They're just grouped into political parties and we don't know anything else about them. So what can we conclude about the way Tim Pool approaches studies and data in his videos? Well, it's clear that scientific methodologies are something Tim struggles.
Infrasound, how do you sit there with straight face while correctly diagnosing capitalist problems? 70% of emissions actually due to corporations. They constantly advocate for socialists to surrender all their bargaining power, literally telling people to vote for Biden and attacking forced to vote. This is why you're more mainstream and pro-status quo types like Destiny. You have an added sedative effect while also protecting the establishment. Yes. This has been an op this entire time. You caught me. 14-year-old Marxist-Leninist who learned about, you know, who read Das Kapital last year. You fucking caught me good. Real Marxist-Leninist action is actually about joining the ranks of some of these fucking psychos in the forced to vote movement. That's what real that's where real fucking power comes from, dude. Real leftism is when you spend literally all of your time being like, AOC's bad. AOC's the worst, actually. She's the fucking worst. You guys are stans, okay? You know how Minecraft stans will attack their own content creators sometimes unnecessarily or relentlessly because they feel like they can change? Actually, you know what? You're worse than a Minecraft stan. A lot of you forced to vote weirdos are exactly the same as liberals. Like the rad libs that fucking do, you know, campaigns to stop Stephen Colbert because he did a joke that was anti-Asian. Okay? Why do they do that? Because they recognize that systemic issues are fucking virtually impossible to solve, especially within a capitalist framework. Okay? Which they believe is good. So what do? They focus their energy on culture. They focus their energy on who they believe will listen to their fucking relentless crying. Okay? That's precisely what you do. You think AOC and all those others, if you routinely shit on them, you know, you think that, I guess, they will listen to you and they will all of a sudden turn around and be like, yes, actually, we must immediately build the Vanguard Party, comrade. You know, I'm going to completely fucking cast aside every like marginal improvement that I can make with a fraction of fucking power I have, which is ultimately nothing. Okay. Like just no power whatsoever. And, you know, build a third party movement.
Dimmy Jaw fans in shambles KEKW.
Because, what was the guy's name? Infra Solution or whatever? Yes, we need to, we are dismantling the imperialist military state. We're dismantling the military apparatus. How is being mad at the state of healthcare in this country being illiberal? Because the forced to vote people, which some of them literally don't even believe in Medicare for all, went from like advocating for a silly solution. Okay, advocating for a silly solution with no fucking, like, no understanding of how this works. If you talk to a single goddamn activist on the healthcare side, you would have recognized that, oh, here it is. You would have recognized how fucking complicated this process is. And, like, especially when your ultimate goal is what? Like, not voting for Nancy Pelosi so Kevin McCarthy becomes a House Speaker? Like, who are you punishing there? Just yourself. Literally just yourself. It's like those who say, I am going to vote yes on the recall Gavin Newsom movement. Why? Because you want Larry Elder, who believes in $0 minimum wage, to become the new governor? Like, that's why? Accelerationism is fucking stupid. It ultimately doesn't matter one way or the other, okay? It literally does not. Let's surrender all of our bargaining power and vote for Biden and ruthlessly attack the forced vote movement. I'm a socialist, guys. I don't care if this is your perspective. He has more messages in your chat than he does in Infrared, which is who he made the account for. I don't know who the fuck Infrared is. Union organizing is when you strike and anything less than that is worthless. Yeah, I have a cogent theory of power. Why do you ask? No, like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, we just don't have the same methods or even the same theory of change. We just don't. You can fucking cry about it all you fucking want. You can cry about it all goddamn day in this chat. You are not doing anything. Like, you're not building a momentum. You're not building a movement. The reason why I didn't fucking cover like the forced to vote Andes is because all of those like Medicare for all like gatherings that they did all around the country, half of the fucking speakers were like anti-vaxxers, dude. Half of the speakers were fucking anti-vaxxers and the other half were like are anti-Medicare for all. What the fuck am I doing? The reason why I'm not covering it is because it's literally embarrassing. I was so thankful that it was like a movement that was ultimately powerless, that liberal media did not like immediately use it as agitated propaganda against the left every goddamn fucking day.
Looks like Sigma icon Patrick.
I love Nina Turner. I think she's a wonderful person. I think she's got great ideas. I think she's a good ally. I think she would be incredible in Congress. Nina Turner said, I'd rather eat shit than vote for Joe Biden. That was fucking plastered all around, nonstop. If you believe in entryism, if you believe in like changing the Democratic Party from within by getting actual fucking socialists elected into local positions and then ultimately statewide office, like I do, so that there is like a pressure mechanism within the bourgeois electoral state, exhausting the state machinations as best as you possibly can, which is what I believe, okay? while still ruthlessly and relentlessly criticizing the I guess functional fucking left, which is not even a fucking real thing. It's not the Democratic Party or liberal capitalists. They're ultimately horrible and not ideologically aligned with the values of the working class. Then you have to make do with what you have. Okay? But keep fantasizing about, keep changing it from within. Ha ha ha. It's not about changing it from within. It's about having pressure mechanisms by being elected into positions of power. It's about literally trying to do what the Tea Party was able to do successfully within the Republican Party without billionaires backing and astroturfing you along the way. It's incredibly difficult. It might not even work, but it's a hell of a lot more successful than whatever the fuck you're advocating for, because you live in a fucking fantasized you live in a fantasy. Like you think that with the way the division of labor works now, with our professional hyper-capitalist financialized economy, you think that there is like a factory line where you can very easily create fucking labor momentum and basically relive the post-industrial revolution Marxist, the post-industrial revolution like Marxist movements, like recreate them by literally trying to look at them and copy them in a one-to-one copy. So good luck. I hope it works. Now you're just saying words. No, I'm not. These people fucking fantasize about the same kind of revolutions of the past that they think they'll be able to fucking accomplish now. When the material conditions are very different. It doesn't make me a dingus, but at least I recognize that. These fucking people stuck back in the 19th century with fucking slave factories or horrible working conditions, but instead that we have Walgreens and the Super Bowl, the world is way different. Wait, no. It's not even just that. If you ever look at union organizing in this country, if you ever talk to like organizers, you'll recognize that there are really complicated reasons as to why union organizing fails in places like Bessemer or like the No Evil Foods Company, whatever. David Dane was talking about it extensively because the American Prospect actually offered really interesting coverage on the anti-labor union practices that like corporations engage in and factories engage in. It's not even directly just about like saying, you know, you'll get a fucking PS5 if you don't pay your dues. Like they have the same old propaganda strategies. And ultimately, it still goes back to the contradictions. But there are different methods that you need to apply. And if you never recognize that a lot of the working class is so far removed from even labor organizing that like they're not going to turn around and automatically, create a People's Revolution or a fucking Vanguard Party, you're delusional. It's also additionally ironic because half the fucking things that you would criticize AOC on, you should be criticizing Bernie Sanders on, but you won't do that. And the reason why you won't do that is because Bernie Sanders very likely is the only reason why you consider yourself to be a fucking leftist to begin with. And that works. Okay? Veganism is incompatible with Marxism. Marx was a Hegelian. Gray zone more reliable than you on foreign policy? Totally, dude. What happened to Hasan that he said he would go live in the mountains if Biden won the primary? What made you fall in line? A game of Among Us? Okay. Oh, never mind. This dude is like fucking wasted. I can't believe I spent this much time even responding to a fucking idiot who does not understand the concept of like hyperbole and jokes. What, you think I actually was going to live in a fucking mountain, dude? Are you stupid? Why is it that like so many people are just incapable of understanding, I don't know, exaggerations and jokes and shit? Anyway, I usually don't spend I usually don't spend this much time shitting on people like this or ideas like this because it's ultimately meaningless. They're fucking tiny, and I think that there is reasonable anger that they feel towards the system that they unfortunately let out on who will fucking hear them. And who will hear them are people like myself, people that are closer to them in their understanding of the world than anyone else. So they just fucking vent. That's it. That's all they're doing, is letting out their frustrations on a person who will hear them. Okay? As they go further and further into circles that will agree with them. Is that circle gets smaller and smaller and smaller. I'm not interested in that. Okay? This dumbass sock account.
Amogus poggers.
I think it was fair if a lot of people did not say they were going to vote automatically for Biden when Bernie was still viable, because that's just basically giving up before the game starts. Perfectly valid to keep that to your chest. Yes, there was a reason for why I did that. That was the reason. There's a reason why I was like, maybe I won't vote for Biden. It didn't fucking work ultimately because the media is significantly more powerful, especially in the primaries, especially because unfortunately most people that fucking vote in the primaries are like the MSNBC watchers. I went out and I door knocked. You sat around on fucking Reddit and talked about how there's going to be a Maoist revolution. Okay, we are not the same, my friend. I did what I thought was right, and I still continue to do so. And I did what I think is the correct approach. But there's a fucking reason why I reach a broader base and get to show them certain ideas that they are literally aligned with and recognize as correct, but unfortunately they never have seen it before or heard about it before. And you just sit around on a fucking subreddit with like 3 of your other friends talking about how the shining path is actually good and the current Peruvian government is actually fake leftists. You motherfuckers are like LaRouchites, okay? You would be like literally a person who loves LaRouche. You just like happen to land on whatever kind of fucking Marxist-Leninist ideology that you landed on. Okay? Let's keep going.
Struggles with a lot. He's often misled by
everything I said is only relevant and only like out of the 31,000 people that are in here, probably like maximum 1,000 people understood what I was just talking about, but it doesn't matter because like that's the reason why I don't talk about half these fucking things. Okay? Because it's just irrelevant ultimately in the grand scheme of things, okay?
Sensationalist misrepresentations in the tabloid media. He puts forward his own imaginative theories which diverge from the studies and are completely wrong. And he displays a really high degree of confusion about what data is and what conclusions can be logically derived from the numbers he's seeing on his computer screen. Most surprising of all these findings is Tim's massive over-reliance on media pundits to summarize studies for him, particularly given how much he inherently distrusts these entities on other occasions.
And there are some stories that give me pause because I think the media lies. I think the media wants to manipulate you. This happens all the time. The media lies. They lie. So I don't trust the media.
However, when you dig further into Tim's content, what you'll find is that he can become incredibly trusting of the media when the situation calls for it. We have to probe further into this. Overall, Tim's content takes a very anti-establishment tone, with the establishment being broadly defined as the mainstream media, Wall Street elites, big tech companies, politicians, federal agencies, academic institutions, and Hollywood, along with trade unions, an assortment of working professionals, UPS, election experts, ballot workers, and military personnel. Whenever someone with a grand title attached to their name appears in the news making statements about politics, Tim will question everything about them, from their credibility to their qualifications to their motivations and their potential political corruption, at every step warning his audience not to trust them.
There are a couple other reasons I think it's fair to point out Trump may be on track to win, because sometimes the experts are wrong.
I do not trust Victor Blackwell's assessment. I do not trust his emotional outburst. It felt like an act. It felt fake. Dr. Hart, wow. Really impressed. Did you make up the university in which you got your PhD? Because I really don't believe it.
I honestly don't trust the polls. I just don't buy it.
Why should I trust them? I do not trust them.
I do not trust them at all.
Tim has a deep-rooted skepticism of people claiming to be expert authorities on any given issue. And this treatment is extended to all kinds of people, even nurses who were testing people for COVID during the pandemic.
Anyone who meets the CDC's definition of a person under investigation is supposed to be isolated or quarantined for a period of 14 days or until the person tests negative for COVID-19. Why should I trust the people who are doing the tests?
It's therefore surprising when suddenly a different kind of expert appears in the news and Tim's cynicism completely evaporates. In these moments, overwhelming enthusiasm overtakes him, and Tim starts making appeals to the expert's authority and deferring all of his own opinions to their judgment.
So this guy, Ryan Mao, verified on Twitter, meteorologist, PhD. I'll take his word for it. I'm not a scientist, right? I defer to you, Ryan, and any other scientist who's a verified PhD, whatever. I'm gonna take the word of the PhD guy. If he says this is what I found, I'll be like, oh, well, you know, I trust the expert. She's wrong. An EPA official saying she's wrong. He's the president. Of course he would know. He can look. He is the president. He has access to this information.
When the right mood takes him, Tim cites titles and qualifications as a logical reason to take experts and government authorities at their word. It's like we're seeing a completely different reporter with a completely different philosophy, one who not only trusts experts, but abdicates his judgment entirely to them. So why do we see this split personality between cynical Tim and trusting Tim? How does he draw the line between experts he believes and those he dismisses? Well, whilst I can't attest to Tim's internal thought process, we can find common themes connecting the experts whose opinions he tends to trust. Let's start with Ryan Mao.
Apparently, House Democrats spread lies about climate change and hurricanes, according to a scientist. This scientist is Ryan Mao.
Ryan Mao is a PhD meteorologist, someone who analyzes and forecasts the weather. Although meteorology forms part of the atmospheric sciences, it's not the same thing as being an expert on climate. In 2017, Ryan Mao wrote an article claiming that thermometers were a bad way of measuring global surface temperatures, and if one were to use JRA 55 data, one would find that the Earth's surface was far cooler than climate experts were suggesting, a finding which, if true, would invalidate some of the fears of climate change proponents. Upon seeing Mao's graph, an atmospheric scientist called Victor Venema posted a response, which exposed that when regressions were properly fitted to the same data Ryan Mao used, whichever way you slice it, the rate of global warming was near enough exactly the same as the one measured by thermometers which Mao had been trying to debunk. All that Ryan Mao had revealed was incompetence in trend analysis. Later the same year, a prominent climate change skeptic gave an interview on BBC Radio 4 where he claimed that global temperatures had actually gone down in the last decade, an opinion which went against everything we understand about climate change. His organisation later apologised, saying that they had been misled by a bogus data set. Who prepared the data set? Ryan Mao.
So this guy, Ryan Mao, verified on Twitter, meteorologist, PhD. I'll take his word for it.
Dude, I love not taking the word of the fucking scientific consensus, which is like, you know, I love not taking the word of the entirety, nearly the entirety of the scientific community, and instead taking the word of the one fucking person. Like, especially when he goes, he's verified on Twitter. Like, he says he's a fucking blue check mark when it's anyone else. It makes me so, it just frustrates me because it's like not even difficult. Like, he's just, what he's doing is not even complex. It's like the entry level grift. It's so silly. It's so stupid. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. It really makes me, it really fucking annoys, it really annoys me endlessly when this is the exact same fucking rhetoric from, this is the exact same fucking rhetoric from like anti-vaxxers too. It's like, yeah, I know that 96% of doctors have gotten the vaccine so far. Okay. And I know that 45% of the unvaccinated doctors say that they're going to get the vaccine. But I'm going to trust the fucking like remaining 2% of doctors, dude. Instead, it's like, well, I don't know. Maybe you're a fucking idiot. Those guys know the truth.
The record of the scientist Tim is choosing to trust, Ryan Mao, is decidedly bad on climate-related issues. However, he is one of the rare atmospheric scientists that you'll find constantly criticizing Democrats, the only major American political party advancing climate change policy as part of its platform. And the attacks Mao launches go somewhat outside the bounds of what one would expect from a working professional whose sole concern is scientific accuracy. He accuses the Democrats of political point scoring, of nefariously pushing a far-left agenda, of metaphorically getting down on their knees and groveling to China, and he says that they are sick.
There's a lot of stuff that Ryan has brought up in the past that I think it's really, really interesting. I think we have a problem with a lot of these far-left Democrats. They're willing to push nonsense when you put out easily debunked science, and then moderates and independents think, you're lying to me.
The point Tim is making is that pushing debunked science leads to a decline of public trust in expert authority on the issues. However, the vehicle Tim uses to make this point is the word of a scientist with a history of doing exactly the thing he's highlighting as a problem. Another expert who Tim cites in a video is EPA official Mandy Gunasekara, who says that the Democrats are wrong on climate change, whereas Donald Trump is pragmatic and correct.
Take a look at this story from Fox News. Former EPA official. 2020 Dem candidates off base on climate change, taking cues from Ocasio-Cortez. An EPA official saying she's wrong. Gunasekara said, President Trump is being pragmatic with his approach to the issue. What voters should know is that President Trump is taking action to address this very issue, she said. So he's taking a very pragmatic approach that balances economic growth and environmental protection. And that's what I've called for. If that's the case, and I'm not going to say it is because I don't have the sources pulled up, but that's absolutely the correct response.
There's quite a lot of interesting stuff.
Why are people saying take off your glasses?
Happy 11 months, Bim Tool.
Alinity here. Alinity's never chatted in my channel. What the fuck? Validity wants to see without glasses?
Pog.
Don't do it, it's a trap. Here you go. This is what I look like without glasses. All right.
Azan,
On a cringeover, that's sexual harassment, duder. Yeah, that's how sexual harassment works.
Stuff to dig into here. First of all, note that Tim's reporting in this segment revolves around an appeal to authority. In this case, the authority of an EPA official. The EPA official says the Democrats are wrong on climate change, therefore, they are.
She's wrong! An EPA official saying she's wrong.
Now, The title EPA official is doing a lot of heavy lifting here because it's a job description loaded with some inherent logical assumptions. The first assumption is that the person being cited has knowledge and expertise on issues relating to the environment. The acronym EPA literally stands for Environmental Protection Agency, so we assume the person Tim is citing has a solid working knowledge of climate-related issues. The second assumption, and this is critical, is that the person would be driven above all by a desire to protect the environment. That is, after all, their job description. So we'd imagine that environmental conscientiousness would drive their professional opinions and conduct. The problem with these assumptions is that EPA officials are not appointed through a meritocratic system which values scientific knowledge of environment-related issues and a personal desire to solve them, but rather through the political will of the US President and the Senate. So, who is Mandi Gunasekara, the EPA official who thinks that Donald Trump's approach is pragmatic and correct? Well, she was appointed to her position in 2017 by Donald Trump. She was one of the chief architects behind the US pulling out.
It's like looking at fucking Scott Pruitt and being like, this is the foremost authority on obviously environmental issues, okay? I mean, how can you sit here and tell me that these scientists, these blue checkmark scientists, checkmark libs, know more than Scott Pruitt? It looks good as fuck. It grew on me as the stream went. Hustle. My beard? Yeah. Or my lack of beard? Sorry. Yes. Oh, here we go, dude. Here we go. We're getting botted again, boys. Holy shit, that was quick as fuck.
Of the Paris Climate Accord in June 2017, a global agreement to lower carbon emissions. She left the EPA in 2019 to run a pro-Trump think tank specifically promoting.
I like the bot says hashtag Twitch do better. Mod check? Are you kidding me? I have the fucking fastest in the West, dude. I have the best in the West. They literally put that shit on sub mode immediately and then switched over to follow mode by 60 minutes.
Trump's energy agenda, and she was then reappointed to the EPA by Trump in 2020, and in that role, she oversaw the dismantling of over 100 environmental regulations, the biggest rollback of measures aimed at protecting the environment in recent memory.
Gunasekara said, President Trump is being pragmatic with his approach to the issue, and that's what I've called for. That's absolutely the correct response.
The observable facts of Mandi Gunasekara's conduct as an EPA official demonstrate that she is manifestly not an individual who has any concern for the protection of the environment. She's rather an implanted corporate lobbyist placed within the EPA by the Trump administration to dismantle and undermine environmental protections. Now, I happen to know that Tim is an environmentalist. How do I know this? Because he says he is.
I do think the environment is very important. I'm very much an environmentalist.
Which is just one of the mind-boggling contradictions you start noticing in Tim's reporting, which makes you feel like he's fundamentally insincere in a lot of the statements he makes, claiming to have certain beliefs as a performative shield to fend off criticism, rather than having any principles of his own that he will stick to. To take him at his word, he is a staunch environmentalist who happens to be in pitch-perfect agreement with a corporate lobbyist working on behalf of the fossil fuels industry. Now, this isn't to say that someone couldn't sincerely agree with Mandi Gunasekara, that someone couldn't genuinely believe that decreasing all regulations and rolling back environmental protections is a good approach to legislation. But that person with those beliefs clearly would not be an environmentalist.
What voters should know is that President Trump is taking action to address this very issue, she said. So he's taking a very pragmatic approach that balances economic growth and environmental protection. And that's what I've called for. If that's the case, and I'm not going to say it is because I don't have the sources pulled up, but that's absolutely the correct response.
Additionally, we're seeing the return of a familiar rhetorical strategy from Tim, where after coming down very heavily on one side of an issue, supporting Trump's environmental agenda with a fair amount of personal conviction on display, he slips in a momentary concession that immediately upturns everything else he said up.
Appreciation post for Hasan. You admit when you don't know something, you don't mislead or bank on the ignorance of your viewers. You actively try to make us all think critically and wholly about these complex issues. Always keeping faith and solidarity with the working class. I salute you, bro. 07. Thank you.
Until this point, he is not gonna say that anything he's telling his audience is the case, because he hasn't looked into it, But based on the small piece of information he's just read from Trump's own PR person, he concludes that he agrees with Trump and Trump is doing exactly what he's always called for. This is why I don't understand the Tim Pool viewer perspective of Tim being some sort of media watchdog figure.
Dude, I believe him to be one of the best, most truthful journalists out there in the moment. Yeah, it's because that guy's a fucking Republican, okay? And Tim Pool feeds him a steady diet of copium by, like, literally being a Republican, hanging out with other Republicans and even Nazis, going on Fox News, advocating for Republican values, and while still saying, like, I'm a liberal, by the way. I'm a centrist liberal. And, like, every now and then he'll actually throw a bone. Like, he's like a log cabin Republican, you know what I mean? He's like, I'm a Republican, but I think gay people are fine. Or, not a Republican, sorry. He would never say that. He will say, I'm a liberal. And, of course, like, you know, I'm very pro gay rights.
Hawkishly seeing through the propaganda of the MSM. He reads a PR statement from a government official and is immediately duped into agreeing with their agenda. An agenda that, if we take him at his word, goes completely against his own stated interests, and does all this despite having done no research and thus having no idea what he's actually agreeing with. This is not someone seeing through propaganda. This is someone obediently swallowing propaganda. However, I think there's something more going on here. This is a replication of a rhetorical strategy we saw previously, where Tim lampshaded his litany of accusations about the Democrats by caveating that he didn't know anything about the context of the thing he was quoting.
Look, I don't know exactly what the context was, but if the idea is that, look, we got to help we have to help the environment, oh, it's going to hurt the economy, yeah, then they'll go and blame the Republicans for the bad economy.
What we are observing here is a reporter who is torn between his desire to make dogmatic, agenda-driven statements and his underlying awareness that everything he's saying is based on shoddy information or lies. So in an attempt to have it both ways, Tim makes these small pleas for plausible deniability so he can post hoc scrub the arguments he makes of any real ownership. Tim thus presents his ideas not as a manifestation of his own principles and opinions, but as momentary, reactive responses to pieces of information given to him by other people. To put it bluntly, it's the height of intellectual cowardice, putting distance between yourself and your own arguments in advance so that you can say them without ever having to mount a deeper defense of them.
And that's what I've called for. If that's the case, and I'm not going to say it is because I don't have sources pulled up, but that's absolutely the correct response.
When reporting news stories, Tim Pool also often extends his trust to random individuals with anecdotal stories to tell. Take, for example, a mother of 5 who is concerned about what her kids are being taught at school.
For the love of all that is holy, please get your kids out of these schools, because they're going to be indoctrinated with psychotic, fringe, cult-like beliefs and literal racist ideology. But now we're hearing Tennessee mom says parents asked to sign
liberal, by the way,
a ridiculous waiver that they will not eavesdrop on kids' online lessons. Why won't they let us sit in? A mom tells Fox and Friends Weekend. We know what they're doing. They're indoctrinating your kids. And
I just like...
if you find out, oh no, you'll pull your kids out. Well, this needs to be spread around. Please, you guys, you need to tell people about this.
Who is this Tennessee mother of 5 who's raising the alarm about public school indoctrination? She's Lori Cardoza Moore, the president of a $1 million funded Christian evangelical organization called Proclaiming Justice to the Nations, whose stated mission is to win the ideological, social, moral, and spiritual battle for the mind of this generation. On their website, you can find transparent documents which explain their plan to infiltrate public education.
Dude, it is an automatic fucking sussy baka take to be like, we should be able to watch our children get educated every day. Like, we should be able to sit through one of the lessons to make sure that the teacher isn't teaching anything like stupid or foolish. It's like, dude, it's so weird. Why do you want to fucking watch kids all day, dude? You're a fucking weirdo, okay? An absolute fucking weirdo.
and undermine trust in public schools by abusing the complaint system, and then they state that they're going to ban all books which contain anti-Israel material, false historical facts about American history, and any books which inculcate in our children a false narrative about the world or about America, either by inclusion or by omission. This Fox News write-up is a thinly veiled PR piece for a book banning crusade. And upon reading the Fox News article, Tim enthusiastically promotes the proclaiming justice to the nation's agenda.
They are teaching our children propaganda that they should not be teaching. They are trying to socialize our children. Okay, hold on. They are literally trying to socialize your children. I don't think it means what she thinks it means. They're trying to manipulate your kids. Social engineer, maybe. They're brainwashing your kids. And then you see the sad stories. Kids turning against their parents, calling their parents racist, and
that propaganda line was so dumb. Even Tim Pool was like, okay, well, that's literally like what schools are supposed to do.
Shutting them out.
Again, here we arrive at another impasse where Tim's stated beliefs contradict the agenda he espouses in his reporting. If you were to ask Tim, he'd tell you that we shouldn't be banning books, that people should be allowed to read and be challenged on things they believe.
We shouldn't be banning books. We should allow people to read and be challenged and to challenge back.
So again, to take Tim at his word, he's a free speech absolutist who just so happens to be promoting a censorious evangelical leader who wants to ban books she doesn't like. So let's review the experts and figures of interest we've looked into who Tim trusts. A PhD atmospheric scientist who's been caught several times fabricating datasets, an EPA official who was appointed by the Trump administration to undermine environmental legislation, and an evangelist think tank leader misrepresenting herself as a concerned mother so that she can ban books. Tim asks no questions about these people's backgrounds. He doesn't raise the possibility of them misrepresenting themselves, being flat out wrong, or having political motives. His videos are full endorsements of their perspectives. Compare these people to other experts who Tim Pool doesn't trust. Tim doesn't trust long-serving military leaders who criticize Trump.
He's this dude who's been there and thinks he's the expert, and people need to listen to him when he's just a lowly subordinate, and Donald Trump is the president.
He doesn't trust pollsters who predicted that Donald Trump would lose the 2020 election.
I honestly don't trust the polls. I just don't buy it.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the very least, if you get a lot of your fucking news and information from Tim Pool, you're just gonna look like a fucking dumbass. Now, of course, you're only going to look like a dumbass to other dumbasses, because if you're a dumbass who likes Tim Pool, then you most likely are surrounded by other dumbasses who now think the election was stolen and Donald Trump is still the president. So it ultimately doesn't really matter that much. But like to the rest of the world, you will look like a dumbass who thought that Donald Trump was going to win by a landslide and win like every fucking state.
The majority of Americans approve of what Trump is doing.
He doesn't trust election experts who said that Donald Trump's claims of election fraud were bogus.
This article says, claims contradicted by election experts. That means literally nothing to me and doesn't need to be in that paragraph. What experts, why, who, and what's the point? Okay? I can find you an expert who can tell me that the sky is really green. Just don't trust your eyes. There are a lot of experts say a lot of crazy things.
When you boil down Tim's skepticism of experts, isolating all the variables which might have an impact on his willingness to trust them, from academic credibility to political motives to personal principles.
Like, here's what I'll say, okay? Ultimately, if you like Tim Pool, you're probably a Republican, okay? That's one. Or you probably held a lot of like reactionary points of view already and did not recognize it, and you're like, whoa, this liberal, I'm kind of like Tim Pool, I'm exactly like him, I'm a liberal, but like just routinely side with the Republicans on everything. But the overwhelming majority of his audience are already like Republicans, alt-right members, that sort of stuff. But like in the end, if you're a Tim Pool fan, right, which is silly in and of itself, but if you find yourself being motivated and moving towards the right because you watch like Tim Pool videos and he convinced you, then you kind of were too stupid to begin with. You know what I mean? Like,
the only explanation that remains viable is that Tim is making his decisions purely along political lines. Whether or not he chooses to trust an expert doesn't appear to have any relation to their credibility in specialist topic areas or their neutrality, but rather whether or not their opinions placate broader Republican ideological narratives. that is the only consistency, the only rationale to Tim's otherwise completely arbitrary process, which makes him switch from hardcore skepticism to gullible naivety at the drop of a hat. And now we've opened this can of worms, it's time to have a more frank and honest discussion about what Tim Pool's reporting actually is. If you scrutinize the errors, overgeneralizations, and logical inconsistencies which turn up in Tim Pool's reporting, you'll find that they are varied, but not random. One can imagine a hypothetical person taking Tim Pool's approach to news analysis and crafting funny theories about all sorts of things: religion, culture, the stock market, healthy living, with each of their videos finding favor with different groups of American oddballs. However, all of Tim Pool's theories flow in one very specific political direction. I've thus far been careful to decouple my criticisms of Tim's reporting from any accusations of him having some ulterior political motive, because it's really hard to pinpoint when someone crosses the line from general incompetence to intentional dishonesty. And really, we should be able to criticize Tim's inaccurate reporting without having to tie in broader theories about any underlying motivations that might be driving it. However, when it comes to Tim Pool, I feel like this analysis would be incomplete if we did not acknowledge the clear ideological slant that permeates every monologue he makes on camera. Let's walk back through some of Tim's missteps we've already seen in this video, this time with a view to understanding how they were processed by his viewers. First of all, Tim's video about men not helping women and children, where he erroneously interpreted 5 news articles as evidence of a global trend of men being punished for doing nice things. This was cut and dry confirmation bias, Tim having a theory, leaning into the articles that confirmed his theory, and being completely oblivious to contradictory evidence flowing in the opposite direction. However, originating from Tim's analysis came the advancement of a broader ideological narrative that men are victims of oppression in modern society. Looking back through the comments, you can tell how much this narrative, though incredibly poorly evidenced in Tim's reporting, really resonated with his audience. Commenters used Tim's video as a springboard to vent their own grievances of being badly treated or emasculated by women. They're frustrated about being accused of toxic masculinity, and they connect their negative personal experiences to the left-wing political causes of feminism and progressivism. Although Tim's reporting was based around a false correlation, that false correlation provided real validation for his viewers, who enjoyed seeing their sincerely held personal beliefs being legitimized in a news commentary format by a professional journalist, however shaky the ground on which that legitimization rested. We can observe a similar effect in the comments section of Tim's video, where he talks about the Democrats having a secret plan to tank the economy and blame Trump. The quality of Tim's reporting was, again, exceptionally poor, relying on showbiz gossip and quotes which were neither researched by Tim nor examined in context. However, despite all this, again, we see Tim's viewers latching onto the underlying ideological narrative baked into Tim's conclusion, that left-wing politicians are not to be trusted and don't have people's best interests at heart. There is a clear hatred of progressivism and the Democrats amongst Tim's viewers, who see them as vindictive, fascistic villains poisoning society, and they rally everyone around them to take inspiration from what Tim has said and vote for right-wing Republican candidates. Again, Tim's reporting was unsubstantiated and paper thin, but it provided real validation for his viewers, legitimizing their political sensibilities. We can look at other aspects of Tim's reporting through a similar lens. Tim's incorrect summation that Democrats were pretending to be seeking therapy after the election, a claim which was false, based on Tim not reading the thing he was presenting, was nonetheless promptly absorbed into his audience's shared imagination of the left as mentally deranged victims with a persecution complex. Tim's implausible theory about dating apps being the cause of male loneliness similarly ended up being absorbed into his audience's grievances with entitled women and their broader political criticisms of women entering the job market and stealing jobs from hardworking men. And Tim's failure to comprehend basic polling data, mistaking women's political affiliation for their propensity to be opinionated, was eagerly swallowed by viewers who came forth with their own stories of female journalists having ridiculous, psychotic, whacked-out left-wing opinions. Time and time again, what we see is that Tim Pool's reporting, though poorly sourced and utterly lacking in rigor, serves to hit the same beats as ideological narratives his audience are already heavily invested in. It is counterintuitively in those moments where Tim's reporting dives into misinterpretation and implausible theorizing that his audience finds vindicating factors for their own anxieties, their fears, and their concerns about the world. Given this, the fact that Tim's journalism so frequently deviates from fact and rationality might not actually be a downside to the people who watch his stuff. It might actually be an asset. Now, in the clips we've viewed thus far, it can't be proven that Tim is distorting his content intentionally to appease his audience. However, there are other moments which would be harder for Tim to explain away. One of the long-running narratives you'll constantly hear on Tim's channel is that Democrats are the party of the rich elites, whilst the Trump-led GOP represents common, everyday working class people.
The Democrats are the progressive, wealthy elites from universities, from the cities, and from Wall Street. Joe Biden, the candidate of Wall Street, the big banks, the international interests, and the wealthy managerial elite. And the Democrats have abandoned the working class. Strangely, Donald Trump is there. And Donald Trump, the candidate of working class people. Trump has become the party of the working class. Regular working class people, surprise, surprise, like what the Republicans are offering.
This, of course, perfectly mirrors the opinion of Tim's viewers, who believe that the Democrats are uncaring elites who are at best indifferent to and at worst actively despise poor Americans. Whilst doing a segment on illegal immigration, one of the articles Tim uses happens to contain a statistic which contradicts his narrative. Only 22% of Trump voters actually see the rich-poor gap as a very big problem, versus 77% of Democratic voters. This shoots a pretty big hole in Tim's branding of the Democrats as uncaring, wealthy elites. They're manifestly far more concerned with the plight of poor Americans than their opponents in the opposition party. Watch as Tim starts to read this paragraph and then actively cuts himself off as he realizes that it's not—
Oh my God! Oh my God, dude. I had to run for the kitchen of this. Oh my God. Oh, it's so
information
good.
That's gonna—
First of all, anyone who tells you Republicans are working class, I don't give a fuck if it's like Glenn Greenwald or not, literally is just like failing to look at the data, okay? Are there wealthy liberals? Of course there are. Okay, of course. Ultimately though, it does not fucking matter, because when it comes to the wealthy class or wealthier people in general, they're voting Republican. And even then it doesn't fucking matter, because there's dumbasses in the working class too, okay? Sorry, I'm not gonna like fucking treat the working class with fucking kid gloves, because they end up voting for dumbass Republicans who literally fuck them, okay? They literally fuck them. Let's watch what he's doing here.
Gonna
Caught
play
in
well
fucking 4K
with his audience.
The new national survey by Pew Research Center finds the majorities of GOP voters view several issues as either very big or moderately big problems facing the country. For example, okay, you get the point, right? I don't want to go too far into a lot of the poll stuff. I don't want to get crazy in the nitty gritty. I want to keep it to the main points that
Well, we hold the nitty gritty, dude.
I'm trying to make.
Intriguingly, Tim stops mid-sentence and hurriedly clicks away from the page, avoiding acknowledging information which undermines the shared ideological narratives that he and his audience are heavily invested in. In another video, Tim talks about high male suicide rates, and he has a clear angle that this is the fault of the feminist mainstream media.
When you have a mainstream media that thinks mocking and belittling men is okay, like the Gillette ad, you wonder why this happens, and then they make a commercial about toxic masculinity, and they say, what you do, men, you're bad, you're bad, you're bad.
Again, Tim is acting as a spokesperson for the beliefs of his audience, who are, to a fault, aligned in pointing towards feminism and American culture war issues as the source of the problem of male suicide. The article Tim is reading is not even about America, it's about the UK. Eventually, the article explains that the problem of male suicide can be viewed as a failure on the part of the UK Conservative government, who haven't put any substantial strategy in place to help men who are suffering. And the article concludes with the prognosis that more money is desperately needed to combat this societal issue. Watch how Tim grapples with this information.
She also raised concern that there are no cross-departmental I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of the hospital stuff. We'll read the conclusion here. They say, well, you know what, let's move on to the next story, because the issue is not just confined to the UK.
The pragmatic, policy-based perspective of the article contradicts the sensationalist political culture war narrative which Tim's audience are all absorbed in. So Tim quickly skips over the explanatory information and runs away to other newspaper articles he can more easily twist to match his editorial agenda. Tim will also sometimes do on-the-fly editing to obscure inconvenient information from view, like in this vid where he says that CNN are purposefully omitting information to hide Donald Trump's high online viewership figures from their audience.
It is true, yes, that TV alone Democrats won, but when you combine both numbers, Trump and the RNC win. If you were to turn on CNN or any other mainstream outlet, would they tell you the truth? No, they won't. In an effort to make Trump look silly or stupid and get clicks, they omit key information and then claim Trump is going to be upset.
The thing is, if you were to read the CNN article, you would find that right above the viewership graph they show, they clearly state the data leaves out streaming and digital forms of engagement, so the picture is incomplete. The information which Tim says they are hiding from their audience is literally right there, acknowledged in big print right near the stats. In the process of talking on camera, it appears possible that Tim might see that this is the case, as he suddenly quickly scrolls down the page, hiding it from view.
Fox News had by far the biggest audience of any channel on Thursday night with upwards of 9 million viewers. I'm not going to read into the nitty-gritty because we already know that the total viewership for Trump was better. But nowhere in this article does he point out that Trump actually...
My man loves not getting into the nitty-gritty, dude. He is not a man who is going to concern himself with the nitty or the gritty, okay? No nitty, no gritty, folks. Do you understand? Liberal, by the way. Definitely not, he's allergic, you fucking ableist. Yeah, dude. Listen, he will not concern himself with these key details that he's absolutely not omitting on purpose. At least when I'm wrong after I fucking keyword search, if I'm like, this article doesn't mention it, I at least have the, decency to be like, I was wrong, or at least like contextualize why that information is promoted. Like in the Fox News article when I thought that they didn't even mention fucking QAnon because they did what is called burying the lead. Okay? Well, he's not interested in the nitty, the gritty, or the titty, ironically. But it's kind of funny that he keeps using the same speech over and over again. I'm not getting into the nitty-gritty.
Taking the law school admissions
test. He's won with total viewership.
I think it's hard to come away from these moments and not feel that Tim is purposefully narrowing the view his audience has of news events in order to validate their ideological narratives and beliefs. And there are other examples of clear disingenuousness over at Timcast. You'll notice that at times, in an effort to appear more credible as a journalist, Tim boasts about the heuristic methods he uses to mitigate his own biases, but then he never actually ends up using them when it comes to right-wing news. Take, for example, Tim's use of the independent third-party news ratings app NewsGuard.
I use NewsGuard. Take a look at this. You see this green check mark up at the top? I make sure all of the sources I use are certified by a third-party rating agency.
When attacking left-wing outlets, Tim weaponizes NewsGuard to add more weight to his criticism, declaring that receiving a negative rating from NewsGuard is a clear sign that the outlet is propaganda.
Occupy Democrats is rated by NewsGuard with a red X and considered by many people to be a conspiracy theory propaganda website. Occupy Democrats is insane. They're not rated credible. That scares me. They produce content that is propaganda. It is politically motivated information. If this is where the left is getting their information, God help us all.
However, you'll notice that as soon as Tim's heuristic method...
Virgin NewsGuard watcher Tim Pool, who like literally uses like liberal fucking trash verification systems versus fucking absolute Chad leftist streamer HasanAbi, who says, fuck that, they're all biased, I don't give a fuck, I'm gonna do agitative propaganda, suck my dick. Also, I wonder what NewsGuard would fucking rate Tim Pool's operation here.
Methods reflect badly on right-wing media outlets, he immediately abandons them. Whilst he decries outlets on the left with low credibility ratings, he has no problem uncritically sharing articles from right-wing publications with even lower ratings. For example, Daily Wire.
The Daily Wire is not bad.
Epoch Times.
The Epoch Times, which I think is a pretty damn good source for the most part.
Breitbart.
Breitbart does not publish false content.
Red State, PJ Media, Louder with Crowder, The Blaze, Newsmax, Washington Times, Pluralist, The Federalist, and The Post-Millennial.
I make sure all of the sources I use are certified by a third-party rating agency. I am very, very careful about the content I produce.
He also uses the Gateway Pundit, a site which he personally knows to publish very questionable material.
Now, look, I'm not a big fan of the Gateway Pundit at all. I think they've put out really questionable material in the past. This is from Cassandra Fairbanks.
So obviously, Tim hired Cassandra Fairbanks from the Gateway Pundit to come and be his news editor because, well, I don't know. I honestly can't see why you would hire someone who publishes questionable content to be your news editor, unless that questionable content is exactly what your audience wants. And counterintuitively, when Tim comes across left-wing news websites which are rated highly by NewsGuard, he arbitrarily labels them bad.
We can go over here and go to The Root. The Root is bad. Raw Story is bad. Think Progress is overt propaganda. Media Matters is literally a progressive nonprofit. They're not a media organization. The rest of these are literally activist organizations. Daily Wire isn't. They're just a conservative media company. Western Journal, Breitbart, I would say is closer to something like Mother Jones, but they're still just a partisan media company. It's crazy that you see the left, although they consume much less in alternative media.
Dude, this is the most psychotic thing. By the way, Cassandra Fairbanks is literally like an open fascist. I didn't even know that Tim Pool actually hired her. Gateway Pundit is Jim Hobbs' website, like actual conspiracy theorist, psychopath. Like, they are literally insane. Anyone who brings up the Gateway Pundit might as well be using InfoWars as a resource. And Cassandra Fairbanks has routinely said that, like, what did she say? She'd prefer fascism to socialism like 1,000,000 times over. Do people compare you to Tim Pool? No, no one fucking compares me to Tim Pool, because unlike Tim Pool, I'm very open about my fucking political, personal political ideologies, okay? Tim Pool, on the other hand, literally lies. He is the Candace Owens to conservatives, okay? He's just like, oh, come on, I'm a liberal. Like, I'm a liberal, but I keep agreeing with you. It's crazy.
It is activist content.
Tim will also readily use data to make points and then discard it to make the opposite point. Whatever he feels will most placate the feelings of his viewers in any given situation. Have a look at Tim's video on the Hidden Tribes report, a study which shows that conservatives have a bigger...
Wait, why are some leftists just heartless on the front page of r/Jordan Peterson? Fuck yeah, we're gonna look at that in a
partisan base than liberals, with 25% of their group being politically engaged and active as opposed to just 8% of the left. In his video, Tim informs his viewers that this is good news for conservatives.
And another important thing to remember, according to the report, 25% of Americans are traditional or devoted conservatives, and their views are far outside the American mainstream. But traditional conservatives and devoted conservatives are the right wing, and they are not part of the exhausted majority. This is potentially good news for conservatives when you recognize that the study finds traditional and passive liberals are exhausted.
In a subsequent video about Sprite pandering to woke leftists, Tim ends up wanting to make the exact opposite argument, that there are more ideologically driven people on the left than the right.
There will be some people, more staunch, ideologically driven people, who are going to look at this and be like, I will not support Sprite. However, if you find that to be the camp you're in, just know the left is all like that. Okay, obviously not everybody, but you are outnumbered. There are substantially more ideologically driven leftists than there are people on the right.
However, in this moment, the thought occurs to Tim that what he's just said is factually wrong. The Hidden Tribe study, something he often references, clearly shows there are more politically charged partisans on the right, a statistic he proudly touted as a good thing for conservatives when he presented the data. So, now, Tim has to try and somehow rationalize his way out of this obvious contradiction.
I could be wrong about that, but let me put it this way. I'll put it better. The people on the left, I think, are... It's actually, it's complicated. I think there are more conservatives according to like the Hidden Tribes, but I'm willing to bet that the average conservative is not going to care about these little things. They're not going to get bent out of shape. They're not going to get triggered. Some people might get mad. Some people might point out they think it's societal rot or whatever. But in the end, I think the average person's going to be like, let's move forward with our life.
Realizing there's no way to make the data conform to his argument, he dismisses it, and based on absolutely nothing, he personally reassures his viewers that conservatives are cool and chill about politics, and they never get triggered. When you look at the totality of Tim Pool's content, the picture that forms is a brand of journalism revolving entirely around audience validation. Tim disregards facts, data, and evidence that conflict with his audience's worldview to build a finely sculpted labyrinth of comforting mistruths and denials of reality where they can comfortably live without encountering any information that offends their political sensibilities. The irrational theorizing we see from Tim, his neglection to do background research, and his omission of all information which contradicts the right-wing populist agenda all represent significant journalistic failings. But they form part of the obligatory modus operandi Tim must use in order to chisel daily events into a shape which his viewers feel comfortable watching and supporting. There is a glaring disconnect between what Tim presents himself as, a journalist striving for balance and fairness.
Because I'm a liberal who doesn't trust the mainstream media to always be honest. I produce content that I see as being more balanced and fair.
I just try to be honest.
And what Tim actually is, a partisan cheerleader whose credibility with his audience is only maintained insofar as he's willing to uncritically worship their political beliefs and favorite politicians.
The majority of Americans approve of what Trump is doing.
We have a series of victories for Trump. It's not just policy-wise. Look, man, it is winning, winning, winning. He keeps winning.
I know there are plenty of Tim Pool viewers out there that...
Man, that's crazy. He just keeps winning. I definitely don't like this guy, but he just keeps winning, dude. It's crazy. This was a really good video. This was a really, really, really good video. It was a little slow in the beginning, and I think like the way that this person set it up was like to remain as neutral as possible. Because like if I was to do something like this, I'd be like, Tim Pool's a fucking conservative, and you're an idiot if you don't recognize that, right? When I talk about that. Here, my summarization is Tim Pool's a fucking conservative and you're an idiot if you don't recognize that. Also, you're an idiot if you watch Tim Pool regardless. And if you got fucking radicalized to be like a reactionary by watching Tim Pool videos and you unironically deserve it, right? Like, that would be my fucking take. He did a really good job. I really love this video. I'm glad that I watched it all the way through.
Don't see Tim as an inherent arbiter of truth, who just like hearing his opinion on things. But this rationalization rings somewhat hollow, given that on any day, you can accurately predict what Tim's opinion will be without having to watch his videos. Like, what did Tim think about AOC getting elected?
This is bad for Democrats. This is bad for the left.
And what did Tim think about Chris Pratt wearing that no step on Sneck t-shirt?
You know what, man? I hate to repeatedly say like, oh, it's bad for Democrats, but it's stories like this that I think are extremely bad for the Democrats. It's bad news for the Democrats.
And what did Tim think about Donald Trump getting impeached?
This has been bad for Democrats. They are completely incompetent, and Pelosi keeps pushing it.
I wonder what Tim made of the early 2020 election voting data.
I don't know for sure. We're a couple weeks out. I'm just saying people are pointing at the data and saying, whoa, this looks bad for Democrats.
And what did Tim think when the actual 2020 election results came in and Democrat Joe Biden was projected as the winner?
It's looking really bad for Democrats across the board. One Democrat broke down crying. Republicans are doing really well. Democrats should feel bad.
No matter what's going on in the real world, Tim's world remains forever unchanged. He is hampered by an uncompromising imperative to regurgitate a handful of predetermined viewpoints over and over again, like he's in some sort of conservative Black Mirror episode each and every time he makes a video. No matter what news he's analyzing, the selective framework that drives his reporting only ever allows for one predetermined conclusion.
Every day, it seems like there is some reason for me to point to the left in an angry fashion.
At the start of this video, we pondered why there were so many politically driven dogmatists in Tim Pool's audience. The answer is that these are the only people left when reality has been warped to the point of no return by an utterly uncompromising worldview. The truth is, for moderates who value rationality and like to think for themselves, there's only so much Tim Pool you'll watch before you decide to go elsewhere for your news. However, for people entrenched in political dogmatism, drawn to the fiction of their own eternal righteousness, Tim Pool's style of journalism gives plenty of reasons to keep you coming back. relentless attacks on your political enemies, complex theories about how your political side is winning even when it's losing, endless studies in which all the data happens to support the opinions you already hold, and the removal of any information that offends your political sensibilities. The outcome is an audience who effectively inhabits an alternate reality, constantly being fed an information stream that affirms the righteousness, virtue, and popularity of their own political cause, whilst also affirming how genuinely evil and scheming their unpopular political adversaries must be to stand in their way. It leads them to genuinely believe that the extremist and often violent views they express are completely justified, and perhaps even moderate because of the evil actions they are told their enemies are perpetrating against them. As a YouTube journalist, Tim Pool thrives not on being a fair and balanced reporter, but rather on being the chief architect of these people's shared illusion. In doing so, he's galvanized an audience who will be eternally loyal and forever thankful to him, the only journalist who is willing to twist and distort the news until the world conforms to the exact shape of their dogmatic ideology.
Hey yo, white people going crazy in the comments.
Yes, if you're still here, thanks for watching my vid. The peoples whose names are running up the screen right now are my Patreon gang. Thank you all for giving me your money. That's very kind. If you are landing on this channel for the first time and you liked the vid, how about you thumbs it up and leave a comment, and consider joining my Patreon gang if you're a real giver. It's been a little while since I dropped a vid on here. This year has been pretty mad for me. However, we are rolling with a series now, so you won't be waiting as long for the next vid. The research is already done. We're going to be analysing more of Tim Pool's content. He is a fine, multi-angled sculpture of a person, and I feel like there's still a lot more that needs to be said about his journalism.
I love this.
Otherwise, you know, I hope everyone's been doing okay. I'm going to enjoy seeing the regulars.
Okay, that was fucking worth it. All the way. Dude, just the nitty gritty alone, like that compy of him like catching. He must have watched a lot of fucking Tim Pool shit, dude. That's crazy. I used to be a huge Tim Pool fan and watched every day when I first got into politics, and his content definitely pulled me to the right and has me thinking the left was crazy and insane until I found your content, and you would point out about how wrong, cruel, and insane the right is, and thank God for that, because I proudly stand on the left now and see the true Tim Pool and right-wing grift. Well, that's awesome that you see that. But did you see the top of the hour ad break that was coming, chatter? Because, yeah, while I'm 11 minutes late to the top of the hour ad break, it's going to come. I'm going to come. That was the worst one. That was the worst one. I should be pausing on that and celebrating that person was able to change their point of view, their perspective. And that's great. I'm happy for that, man. Hey, listen. If you were to do a video on me similar to this, it would probably be difficult to, unless you are like literally incredibly biased in the way that you're trying to present this argument. And I'm sure plenty of people do this all the time already. You would see that like I am not on a team. Oh, by the way, let's go back to the ad break. If you'd like to no longer see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also use an ad blocker or a VPN, but Twitch Prime is free. Yes, we will be going to Joseph Robinette Rogan in a second. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Is Dave Rubin videos? I don't want to watch Dave Rubin videos. Twitch Prime isn't free. It's like saying fucking free college isn't free, dude. You literally already have an Amazon Prime. Like, you are never going to buy Twitch Prime just for Twitch. Okay? That's why I say it's free, because most of you already have an Amazon Prime. I don't know why the fuck you, like, always like, it's not free. Yeah, it's like fucking saying free college isn't free, bro. Yeah, I got it.